other win. This is where it fell out.
It ebbs and it flows. It always works this way with sports. It just always tends to, where you have a spot where it seems like today he's getting absolutely buried, and then you look at the schedule. I mean, there's a really easy stretch coming up here after this Pittsburgh game where you could start to look like maybe the tide has turned a little bit. Will these Stefanski supporters have their day again, or we just never have one of those again with Stefanski?
No, I think it is coming. Yeah.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive live on the free Odyssey app and 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel all show long. What can we even be talking about today? Right? It's not like LeBron had the decision 2.0, which was a clown-ass move. It's not like the Browns just traded Joe Flacco to a division rival for nothing, really, which is a clown-ass move. Jose Ramirez might not be happy. Nothing to see here in Cleveland. That opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes! I ran out of air. Yeah. Jake Murrin producing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel for us today as well. We got Katie Pollock on the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah. Rainy outside, all sorts of problems already, and we have big news to talk about.
I mean, the Cleveland Browns doing what only the Cleveland Browns can do, which is turning Joe Flacco in a 6th-round pick into a 5th-round pick. I mean, come on, guys.
That's value right there.
Process over results. I got your value right here.
It is value. I'll say that. It is value.
Nothing gets me hotter on a Tuesday than value.
They love turning basically what turns out to be nothing into the tiniest of something. They love this.
I just love the idea that at the end of the season, when both Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry sit down with Jimmy Haslam, they're like, all right, so what's our win and loss record? And they're like, we don't want to talk about that.
No.
All right. So where are we at quarterback? Let's also not talk about that. Okay, what win could you conceivably show me when it comes to your 6 years here in Cleveland? We turned 40-year-old Joe Flacco in a 6th-round pick into a 5th-round pick. All right. Can we do extensions now?
We got 2 actually. We also we upgraded Kenny Pickett's 5th-rounder into a better 5th-rounder, and then they handshake all around like when you land on the moon and you're NASA and everyone applauds and goes crazy and nuts. That's them in that moment.
They do like some sort of skull and crossbone or some Ivy League handshake that they've let Jimmy in on because even though he didn't go to Ivy League, Tennessee, to the volunteer program, you can barely read there, but he's hip.
Football Illuminati.
Yeah, the football. I love that. The thought partners in the football Illuminati. I will say, I tweeted this out, but I will just say it on air because you can verify it. Jake Murrin can verify it.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I had written down the topic and pitched the topic. If the Bengals call about Joe Flacco, what's the price? And I honestly, we talked about it, and then I didn't put it in the rundown because I was like, at this point, that kind of topic is hack. And then so, of course, Joe Flacco gets traded to the Bengals.
It wasn't a Monday topic was all it was.
Yeah.
But it was definitely the type of topic that we were going to get to at some point throughout the week. And I told you before the show, I was like, I almost threw it out there yesterday to be like, and Nick suggested this just to kind of play with it. But I was like, again, it's not a Monday topic. It's not where we're at right now. So, yeah, you definitely, you were thinking that way. Now, obviously, the idea that the Bengals and Browns have never made a trade together, maybe that would have stood in the way. Like, I imagine 80% of phone calls of people would have been like, they don't trade with each other.
Yeah.
Not happening. But it did on the surface make sense.
I'll just say this. Actually, I'd like to go to you. What is just your initial impact, or what is your initial thoughts on Flacco to the Bengals?
Initial impact, initial thought is, what if Joe Flacco looks good?
Yeah.
That's got to be the biggest thing that everyone has to wonder, right? And he's going to look better than he did with the Browns because the Browns this season, he was one of the worst quarterbacks in NFL history if you just took the 4 games that he played. He's going to look better. Higgins makes you look better. Jamar Chase makes you look better.
Joseph is their 3rd receiver. He's a nice player.
Like they're going to have Joe looking better. And then the reflective nature of this is going to be, well, all right, how much of that then gets pinned on Stefanski? And I bet a lot of that is going to be, it's going to be happening. We're going to look at Joe Flacco, and he's going to have a 300-yard game. He's going to have a 3-touchdown game or something like that. It's going to happen. And he might even lose those games, by the way, and we're going to get mad at Stefanski.
I think it's interesting the amount of Browns fans that in response to this immediately like, well, he's washed. I'm like, no, he's washed in this context. So, and here's the thing. I don't definitively know he will light it up in Cincinnati. I just think it's really hard to look bad when you have his arm with Jamar Chase and when you have T. Higgins. And oh, by the way, they got a couple little speed guys around them as well. So even though those guys like Yoshavash would probably be your second receiver here at best, well, yeah, but he's the third receiver. So in that context, he gets free a lot.
Well, and I saw our friend Ashley Bastock being like, oh, like shuddering almost with that Bengals offensive line. It's like, hey, listen, Ashley, I love you. We'll talk to you tomorrow. But like, it's not like the Browns offensive line has been 5 great players either.
That's actually the saddest thing. As bad as the Bengals offensive line is, your offensive line is worse.
Yeah,
like dramatically worse. I would honestly, watching as much football as we have through 5 weeks, I think the Browns have the worst offensive line in the NFL through 5 weeks.
I mean,
I don't know if the stats back that up.
It doesn't get much worse. PFF agrees as far as the pass coverage is concerned.
I honestly hate it. I hate everything about this trade. And I am the guy that had said in January, I don't think they're going to win.
Wait, why do you hate it? What's there to hate about it?
The turning a 6 into a 5th does nothing for me. It absolutely does nothing for me. I do think Joe has value as a backup and as a leader in that room. And even though I think this team stinks, and I've thought that this team was going to stink since January, you can't be saying things like we're trying to win and putting the best foot forward by trading one of your captains to a division rival, no matter if he's your backup or not.
Is it because you're helping the division rival? Is that the part that you're mad about?
I think it's all of it.
Because I understand that. If you're mad about the idea that this could in turn have them win just enough games to have a spot where when Joe Burrow returns, they're in the driver's seat to then go to the playoffs, understandable completely.
I think it's everything.
I get that side of it.
I don't get up. Like, they've never had a good 5th-round pick here. Oh, Jerome Ford. Woo! Also, Richard LeCount, Tony Fields. Like, Nick Harris.
Yeah, like, DPJ was a 6th-rounder.
I mean, well, you see, if it was a 6th-rounder, I'd feel different about it.
You know who else was a 5th-rounder, though?
One good season.
Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, which is something we have to get into.
You can get a lot of value out of those 5th-round picks.
So we'll get into the Shedeur stuff because that might be the one thing I do like out of this. But no, I don't like trading to a division rival who I think Joe has a chance to be functional there and maybe give them some wins. I could not care less about, we got value. We traded turned a 6th-rounder. We upgraded by 40 picks. Woo! Don't care about that. Don't like trading a leader. Don't like the message this sends to that locker room, which basically, after Kevin Stefanski piddled down his leg yesterday on a game that was incredibly winnable, to then the very next day, the GM piddled down his leg by trading a quarterback. And I know it's more value than you should get for Joe Flacco. It's still not value. It's a pick swap. Like those just do nothing for me unless it's a 2 or 3 round pick swap, which it was never going to be. I think this team is destined to be 4-13 or somewhere in there. But I think those guys deserve a chance to have veteran leadership in that room. And after this loss specifically, where your head coach cost you the game to trade a guy who's respected in that locker room, I hate this for every veteran that's playing for something that might not be here next year, but might be in the NFL next year.
I don't think Joe Flacco was playing again at any point this season. I thought that ship had sailed. I thought it was going to go Dylan, and then it either goes Dylan into Shedeur or Dylan into something I don't even want to dream up. But like, there is value that Joe Flacco brought to the team in a week in, week out basis. I saw someone highlight, they took a photo, they were on the sidelines in London, and it was Shedeur and Joe Flacco, and I guess they were like tied at the hip the entire game, the two of them. Mm-hmm. And anytime that again, this is just this person's anecdotal story attached to it all, and their evidence of it, but they took a photo and they're next to each other, and like they said, they were basically the entire game, it was Flacco teaching Shedeur what was going on and being that leader that he never really was to Lamar, by the way, in Baltimore. And so like, I think the value of that alone, that type of stuff, that there is something to that. But on the football field, Joe Flacco, he was never going to play again.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. What I would say is I also don't like that this probably puts Deshaun Watson one step closer to playing again for the Cleveland Browns. I don't think it's going to happen, but hypothetically, it's more likely now.
We just keep chipping away at the quarterbacks there to get down to Deshaun, don't we?
Can we swap like one 7th-rounder for another 7th-rounder for Bailey Zappi? Can we do that?
Bailey Zappi, how does he add value from the practice squad?
I don't know. I mean, well, you bump him up to the roster, you wait a week, and then he'll have value, of course.
It's in play.
I would hate this even if I didn't think there was a chance Joe's going to go to Cincinnati and play well. And I think there's a chance. I don't know how big of a chance it is. Like the Kenny Pickett thing to me made sense because it was like, okay, pick between Joe and Kenny.
Well, so that I think it's the more insulting thing to the players that are in the locker room, not necessarily getting rid of the voice and everything like that, but the idea that if he goes to Cincinnati and runs the Joe Flacco offense that he had 2 years ago, and yes, you have better wide receivers there, but if he runs it and is able to just unleash and throw the ball deep and not have these golden handcuffs that he had while he was here, he looks much better. Then yes, every Browns fan that's listening to us right now, you have all free right in the world to get as angry as possible at the Browns and how they approach this season.
And can I just say it again? You didn't have to do it. I think that's the other part of it. Like, there's nothing about turning a 6th round into a 5th round pick. And like, and conceivably, this pick could go, because I think it's Detroit's 6th rounder into Cincy's 5th rounder. So if, for whatever reason, the Bengals just fall flat on their face and they're a 2-win team this year, yeah, this could be like a 70 pick kind of a jump.
Okay.
Yeah, it also doesn't do anything for me because it's still a 5th round pick. Like, there's just nothing about this that does anything. And here's the thing. I know and you know where this team is likely to go. It doesn't need nudged there, right? You don't, like, this to me is the kind of move you make if you're tanking. And that's not what this team should be doing. It's not how you grow culture. And when I say culture, I mean it's not how you grow young players into the next wave of whatever Super Bowl contention window I hear that organization talk about quite a lot. Just, there's nothing about this that does anything for me. And that's before we get into the idea of you did this for a division rival who, by the way, their liver-spotted owner has said countless times in private to the media that he's never going to trade with the Cleveland Browns.
Their liver-spotted owner.
He looks like Palpatine. something Flacco.
So Mary Kay is already reporting, and I believe her reporting is true. I just don't believe that the Flacco side of this is necessarily 100%. She's reporting out there that Joe Flacco did not let the Browns be like, hey, you need to trade me, essentially is what I'm trying to get at. He didn't usher in a trade request, is the point, and I just don't believe it. I believe the reporting. I believe that's what Joe is telling Mary Kay, or wherever Mary Kay is getting this sourced from. I believe that's accurate. The part that I disagree with is I would imagine Joe probably came to the Browns and looked at what's happened with Browning, and I guess the Bengals have been calling everybody and anybody for 48 hours now, trying to make something happen, and I would imagine Joe was very adamant that he wanted out and was trying to get somewhere else in Cincinnati, in a spot where he can at least end his career in a much different way than what we saw with the Browns, where it was awful.
So actually, we're going to put it right here, because there's a tandem piece with that it's going to be a piece of Brown spin you're going to hear, and it will make me go through the roof when it is heard, whenever it's reported, which probably will be at some point today or maybe 2 weeks from now. If Joe has a good, I'm not gonna give it away right now, but there is something that I know that there's a piece of spin for this trade. And again, just don't like it on grounds of anything. There's nothing about this deal that does anything for me. I don't care about process, and I care about results, and your results suck, and they're going to continue to suck because this is the kind of thing that does absolutely matter in the locker room. But there's something that will bug me even more than that, and it's right up the alley of what you're saying. But 216-474-0092, we got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got the Peterlin Pass coming up at 3:40. We've got John Fanta, NBC Sports at 4:20. Sounded awesome on the NFL coverage this weekend. I don't want to say big thanks. Albert Breer, MMQB, coming up at 5:20 as well. No Coach Reisland this week. We'll have him back next week, but 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Do you like the Joe Flacco deal to the Bengals for the Browns? Do you think this is good business for the Browns? And there's something that I guarantee you they will push out there. I guarantee you, and it'll make me even more kind of annoyed than I am right now. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jonathan.
and the Blue Jays look to finish off the Yankees, leading that series 2-0. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are talking about the Browns' latest trade. And boy, we got a fifth for a pick swap. We got a fifth for a sixth and Joe Flacco. And so here's the thing.
Yeah.
And I know I have not seen it yet, and I've looked everywhere for it. That it is the thing that I do think sometimes matters. When teams make a trade, if a team's going to like a rebuild, and you make a trade for a veteran player to a winning situation, they're doing right by player X. Sometimes I buy into that theory. And I do buy into the theory that if you do that enough, that over time there's going to be some sort of residual benefits for your organization. I think timing matters, though, and I think doing this going into week 6 is part of why I don't like it. Whenever the Browns release the very PR-friendly thing of, hey, we just wanted to do right by Joe.
It's going to sound like when Bill Callahan went to the Titans.
Yes. And by the way, has not worked out for the Browns. No offense to Bloom Diddler.
Everyone across the league, though, was like, oh, they get a lot of credit for this one. Letting him go coach for his son. What a great team and organization they're being.
The thing that kills me about that is I've never heard a player come here and be like, I took a discount. I could have been paid more elsewhere because of the way they do things here in Cleveland.
No, I have not heard it. I have heard a lot of players say I went to Cleveland because they gave me the most money.
Yes. Yeah,
heard that a lot.
Yeah, or they drafted me.
Yeah,
or
that happens too.
They were the only team that traded for me.
Sure.
Like, I've heard all of those things, but we got to do it right by Joe Flacco.
I just like the cut of their jib.
Oh, my gosh. And you know what? Mac Jones is going to give you a $250,000 discount this offseason when he signs here with the new head coach. And he's going to be like, I'm doing it for Flacco.
You got Mac Jones already coming to the Browns?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Is it just what would you do? Would you call him McCorkle the entire time?
I would, yes.
I know you would, yeah.
Now, here's the thing.
I'm surprised you didn't do it right now.
I wouldn't mock him like I mock Kenny Pickett because I actually think there's something there to Mac Jones.
Okay.
And I know, and I was actually proud of Ken Carman for bringing it to air today.
I heard him bring it to air, yeah.
Because you can remember last football season, in the offseason, I was like, if we're going to do former washed-up first-round pick that hasn't worked out yet, why don't we go with a guy that was like Rookie of the Year Cal player once in Mac Jones?
Yeah.
I believe you mocked me. I believe Mac mocked me, and he shares a name with McCorkle.
First off, I don't remember if I did or didn't mock you. It sounds very, very much like me to mock you in that setting.
It's like the thank you LeBron thing all over again.
If memory serves me right, was I pushing a campaign for a different guy with the last name Jones? A guy maybe named Daniel Jones that is off to a 4-1 start to the season.
No, we've got an I was right off.
And was an unrestricted free agent and was just sitting there as the Browns needed quarterbacks and only cost $13 million?
Somebody needs to talk us off the ledge. We got a couple I was right
off. Is that maybe what happened?
All right, let's simmer down. Let's not. We were both right. That's all that matters. But no, we did right by Joe Flacco. Blow it out your so-and-so.
I mean, that's going to be it. That's going to be the message. They're going to say, but I really do.
How do I reach these quarterbacks?
It's a very nice way, and I believe in the reporting that Mary Kay is putting out there, but I have a hard time thinking, and I think I told you this at one point throughout before the season even got underway, that if Flacco lost the job, I didn't expect him to just hang around. Again, I think in that conversation, I was hinting more at he would just take his ball and go home, not that he would broker a trade to a different team. But what does Joe Flacco benefit holding a clipboard? If you look at it through Joe Flacco's lens, he's either playing football at this point or he's off on islands and hanging out with his kids and doing family time at 40. He doesn't benefit anything teaching Shedeur Sanders on the sidelines.
But I do think this is where it goes back to the idea of timing matters. And I understand timing is why it happened because Cincinnati is in panic mode because you just got waxed by Detroit. By the way, everybody gets waxed by Detroit this year. But I do understand timing became the part of this. But it's like if this happens after the bye at the trade deadline, it might sound like silly, but those 4 weeks do matter. I think having a veteran in the room, and I'll say one more reason. Kevin's not a good leader. All right? He's not a bad guy. All right? And I don't know he's a bad leader, but he's not a great leader. He might just be what was the word for Dylan Gabriel's play yesterday?
Well, we came up with adequate, but I liked...
acceptable?
Acceptable is the one I liked, yeah.
I think Kevin might be an acceptable leader, but when you are spinning your tires in what very quickly can turn into a very lost season, Kevin ain't going to save you. So what saves you is a locker room full of leaders. That is the one thing that I will point to with Joe. And again, like, it's not the end-all, be-all. This isn't going to be the reason why they're fired.
It's really hard, though, to lead from the bench in many ways. And it's really hard just in general. I look at it from Joe's perspective, less from, like, what Joe can do for us, more as, like, what does Joe get out of just hanging out on the bench?
Paycheck?
Yeah, great. He gets a paycheck, but like he's made $200 million in his career.
And here's another $1 million.
Like, he can go spend his time with his family. He can go hang out and do other things. Like,
and if he does that, he does that.
But I feel like in this instance, I feel like if I'm him, you're right. You don't have to. There's no part of you that has to. But if I'm Joe, I'm pushing. I'm making the broad claim. Like, yes, I want to be gone. I want to go. I want a chance to make sure that my career doesn't end being perceived as one of the worst 4 weeks in football history, like it currently is.
I don't think anyone's going to talk about this 4-week stretch with the Browns when it's all said and done. They're going to talk about the 4 games that he played in Baltimore.
Not that they're going to talk about it, but it is how it ended. It did end this way. That's
nobody talks about how MJ's career ended, or
we
how
always
Kobe's
talk about how the whole Wizards time we talk about all the time.
I never hear a damn word about it. When it comes to the legacy conversation with Michael.
Well, it's not a legacy conversation. This is about Flacco. This is about Flacco. This is not about how we talk about it. This is about Flacco and his perception.
So that's how he remembers?
Yes. How nobody wants to go out being as bad as he was over those 4 weeks. There's no way he goes to bed thinking that's a satisfying way to cap out an 18-year career.
I think if he's that troubled by 4 games, I would just say therapy is real, and it is beautiful, and it is helpful.
So you don't think he's happy that he gets another chance to rewrite that?
No, I think he's happy.
He's got to be thrilled.
But I think the idea that Joe maneuvered anything, it's like, who are you to maneuver? Like... You got signed off the street 2 years ago. The only reason you really started last year in Indy was Anthony Richardson, and the only reason you started this year is Kirk Cousins wouldn't take, like, Kirk Cousins and the Falcons couldn't find a way to make an amicable divorce.
Clearly, he does have value because the Bengals just decided they wanted him over whatever it was going to cost him to get Russell Wilson.
Because of a 5th rounder and a 6th rounder.
Well, he expressed value. Like, the Bengals are going to have him be their starting quarterback.
That is the dingleberry of value. That is not.
It's still that if it's a dingleberry of value,
hanging Chad of value,
then he still has that value attached to him.
Oof, man. I hope I had that
brought
value
Dingleberry to the equation.
I did. I tried to pivot very quickly to hanging Chad.
So, I shouldn't have gone for a attached.
Do people remember what a hanging Chad is?
Yes, I think so. Hey, remember
it's 25 years ago
Ted
now.
Mosby dressing up as a hanging Chad and How I Met Your Mother for Halloween?
I sure do. Is that what?
It's a good costume.
What has kept the hanging Chad living for a long time?
It has for me.
But no, I look at this and I go, the only thing I like about this, and this is the only thing I like about this is it is one more. Whereas I hate it because it is one more obstruction removed from Deshaun Watson playing this year, and I can tell you right now. If you are 1 in 10 and you put Deshaun Watson in, I will announce my displeasure with authority. That is all I'm going to say. I will make
what is it? What is you announcing your displeasure with authority sound like? I'm angry.
I will make a nuclear bomb look like a fart. Okay, I will just absolutely lose my ever-loving mind.
If that happens, I'm going to turn off the mic and I'll just let you go for 15 minutes.
You just maybe walk out, get a cigarette. I don't know.
Long walk.
Just hey, got to get those steps in. All right. But
I look like Volnick when I was gone for those 2 weeks in every video that came out. It was him just sitting there.
Well, no, he's a good listener.
He's a very good listener. You want to get a talk at some point here?
In fairness, the one that everybody saw the most of was the Dolan video, and I think he just was a little afraid to step in there because the eyes were bulging.
Between you and Jake, it's Jake just sitting there.
Now, with that being said, I do think that this now clears the way for Shedeur to be the backup, and that is more interesting. That is substantially more interesting.
But now even that becomes debatable for a lot of people for some reason, as if Shedeur shouldn't. Like, geez, if that rap sheet report, why are people taking that as if that is gospel in so many ways? Now all of a sudden, because the rap sheet report came out over the last weekend, that they wanted to have a clear runway for Shedeur when he does start, if he does start at all, and they didn't want to just throw him into a game. That's supposed to be gospel. So now that because of that report, Bailey Zappi has to be the backup quarterback. Like what?
Wait, is that being reported out there, or is that how people are?
That's
twisting?
how people are
Okay.
twisting it. They're twisting it with the idea that then Bailey Zappi has to be the backup quarterback based off of the rap sheet report. And it's like, how did we get here? Shador's the obvious backup now.
It's so funny because I am Switzerland. You're part of the Shahive. I have no ties to Shador other than I was happy you got him with a 5th-round pick because that felt like incredible value. And if given a choice between starting Shador Sanders and Dylan Gabriel, I would have already been starting Shador Sanders. But again, that's like you can choose between this legitimate NFL quarterback and a legitimate NFL backup, right? If they go anywhere at the backup spot other than Shador, what are we doing? Like you've already told the locker room. You've already told them, hey, guys, love ya, believe in ya, but we really got to figure out what we have with these kids. Like, you've already told them that. Bailey Zappi serves no purpose as a backup in the NFL other than he's alive and his name is Bailey Zappi and he's played before.
He is in fact a warm body.
Like there is I honestly, like, if you're going to put Bailey Zappi as the backup, we might as well dig up the actor that did the Weekend at Bernie's and we just do a Weekend at Bernie's, not that Bernie. Like the Weekend at Bernie's from 1989.
I think everyone knew which one you were going for.
I realized I was saying Weekend at Bernie's, and I'm like, well, okay, this could go sideways very quickly.
Sunglasses, no. We've gotten very political with this segment in ways that we don't ever really, while giving no political thoughts, by the way.
Yeah.
Zero political thoughts. Well, you just wait. Now that we're on YouTube, everything goes.
340. All right. I got a lot of thoughts I got to get off my chest. No, I'm not going to do that.
Shador should be the backup, though. Everyone trying to make this, not everyone, but the people that are trying to make this jump to because Rap Sheet had that report, that obviously means the Browns won't just throw him in. Guess what? If Dylan Gabriel gets injured in the middle of a game, they're going to throw Shador Sanders into the game. Like I know everyone wants this great soft landing for Shador. Guess what? He can handle it. Throw him in the middle of the game, watch him shine, and don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think where you are with mid-round quarterbacks, while, yes, I do believe that teams, more often than not, ruin quarterbacks than quarterbacks ruin teams, all right? So I've espoused that theory. I stick to that theory. We're also talking about a 3rd and 5th-round pick. Like, the idea, teams get so precious with these guys. It's like, we got to let him sit 4 years before we let him get in there. It's like, oh, then you just don't think he's any good.
Right, basically.
Like, you just took him as a flyer and then
Dylan Gabriel said it best himself. He's like, if you're waiting for the perfect time, you're going to be waiting a really long time. That doesn't really happen.
Shador.
I know people thought that was another shot at Shador, and maybe it was. Maybe it was.
Well, that might be another thing here. It looks like the alleged, the presumed beef between Shador and Dylan gets ratcheted up a few notches.
Well, I mean, if we just got one, there's not a quarterback in between the two of them anymore. Now they're in direct competition. Why not?
216-474-0092.
Sean peeks around the corner like, I'm here, guys.
Not going to do it.
Yeah, you want to do it, though.
It's a Tuesday,
you want to do
and
it.
I'm a family man now, and I'm not going to do these
you've
things.
been a family man for like 15 years.
Yeah, but my kids are older now.
Okay.
And that should matter, maybe, or not.
Daddy's back.
216-474.
Are you telling my 2-week-old kid that she doesn't matter as much?
I'm saying she'll matter
is that
more
what that is?
in
my
2 more weeks.
My 2-week-old kid. Yeah, it's like a fine wine, just with age.
You always tell me about
better.
compound interest.
That is true. I do always tell you about compound interest.
Nick never asked. Hammering that
Nick
at me,
never
and I get
asked,
it now.
by the way. I'm always like, so can we have a convo about compound interest?
I'm like, I guess.
I'd like to tell you about the values and the benefits of compound interest if you have a couple minutes.
Are you okay? I don't know what I say. Are you happy that the Browns did right by Joe Flacco? Single tear falling from my face. Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland
listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
The Peterlin Pass coming up in just about 1 hour's time. Looking forward to that, but should we maybe address what just happened? We don't have to talk exactly where we heard it from.
You tell me how you want to address that.
I mean, I feel like you're going to want to address it more than
I'm not addressing
I
it because I don't believe it is the difference here.
Now, do you not believe it, or do you not want to believe it? Because I think it might be a little bit of both.
It's just nonsensical.
Well, okay, nonsensical with the Cleveland Browns is a really interesting theory.
There's a lot of things that can attach itself to nonsensical.
There's a lot of things that I'm like, and then they explain it really well, and people go, "Oh, it makes sense." And I'm like, "Did it really, or did they just say words?"
It's so nonsensical that I almost wonder if I even heard the news potentially right. Like, I might have had something in my ears or something. It might not have been right.
Let's no names it.
Okay.
We both heard in the break that it might be smart to prepare for Bailey Zappi to be the backup quarterback and Shedeur to stay at the number 3 spot when practice opens up tomorrow. Right?
No. I thought it was Bailey Zappi at the 2 spot and Deshaun Watson in the 3rd spot.
Oh, is that what? Did I just?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
That's why I was like. That's why I was like. It was. Wait, does Shedeur go to the practice squad in this scenario? Like Shedeur's not even. He's not even. He then gets. That's a demotion for Shedeur. That's not even third. That's a demotion for Shedeur.
Who wants to go off first? Because
I wondered because you seemed very you seemed like kind of nonplussed by the whole thing. It wasn't the Bailey Zappi thing. Listen, if Bailey Zappi ends up being the number 2 quarterback, am I thrilled about that? No, I'm not. But am I going to be like, oh, geez, what's going on? No, clearly they're just convinced that he's not ready, and they're just going to tuck him away, and they're just not going to do anything with him. Now, but the Deshaun side of this is what makes it just bonkers.
You don't. Can I? Browns, because I know you're watching here on the YouTube channel. Hi. You don't have to do this.
Because okay?
Yeah. No one wants this. There's nobody out there who's like,
you know how angry?
How does Deshaun look? How does he look after the Achilles and after the shoulder injury and after the allegations and after the trade and after the worst trade? There's nobody asking how he looks. Nobody wants to see this. And some weird idea of, well, we have to see what we have in Deshaun. We had 3 years. What we have is a broken quarterback mentally and physically. You do not have to do this. It's not about Shedeur. It's not like, guys, you're playing Timu Tua, and I'm not bashing you. I gave the kid credit yesterday for being adequate. All right? I'm here. Let's go. Let's give me another 12 games of this guy, right? I'll get a shorter quarterback with a worse arm. I don't give a rip.
Sure.
Is the homeless guy that told you to draft Manziel? Actually, Johnny Manziel is talking a lot about Cleveland. Let's say, listen, we'll give you some guaranteed money. We'll give you something to hit on the slopes. Let's get back with it, Johnny Manziel. Because that's a better idea than playing or having Deshaun as a 3rd stringer at any point.
I mean, is there an avenue that Shedeur doesn't play at all this season?
No. You would have to be the dumbest bunch of goobers to not play Shedeur. And I'm talking about even if it's just a week 18.
I'm glad you're saying it because if I say it, then people just accuse me of being a honk or whatever it is. So I'll let you just keep going off here.
Like we're talking. Connor Shaw played in. Jeff Driscoll played in week 18. Like, this idea we got to be precious with Shedeur Sanders in Week 18. But no, this is about, okay, I'm not even that hot, by the way, about Bailey Zappi as the backup because it's still Week 6.
Well, but Bailey Zappi, we need to remind everybody, still makes absolutely no sense and gets you no further in any sort of development or anything if Bailey Zappi plays at all. But you're wasting people's time if Bailey Zappi plays.
But I understand the argument of, well, Shedeur's still not ready to be the backup. I think it's infantilizing and insulting, but again, it's not my quarterback. I can't be upset about that. Now, if Bailey Zappi's still the backup for the final 12, 13 games of the season, then we got a real problem. But sorry, there's 12. That's how it is. Math works that way. But Deshaun, I'm sorry. Like, I have never, ever in my life come close to stop being a Browns fan. it's going to be really hard for me to give anybody in that organization any credit. It's going to be really hard for me. I'm going to watch him because it's my job. It is going to be really hard for me to do anything and respect anyone in that organization ever again if you put him out there for the fourth year. There's just no need. You're not going to win. He's not going to do well. And even if he does well, it opens up a can of worms that you don't need to open up. You're going to cut him at the end of this season. Everyone's going to give me a cap reason why it's not going to happen. You're going to cut his ass
March
at the
of
end of the
2027. We've gone over the cap reasons. It's very hard.
I still don't believe it.
I don't
think
hard
Deshaun's
going
to be here next year.
It's very hard to pull off.
I'll say it again. I don't think Deshaun's going to be here next year, not because it makes no sense for him to be here, but it makes no sense as well to put him out there this year, no matter what, of anything. And the idea that they would do that is beyond insulting to the Cleveland Browns fans who didn't want him here in the first place or who are just sick of watching him fail tremendously in every regard. You don't have to do this. And if you do it, I'm sorry. I've got this much respect left for this organization.
Where's the win for them in it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, do they think Deshaun is going to come out and then all of a sudden be awesome and we'll just forget the fact that his body is completely broke? He's just an injury-prone player, and then when he's out on the field, he can't actually play anyway. Like, are we just going to forget these things? Like, what happens if he plays for like 4 games? Do they think it's going to go well?
I know what it is. I know. The hope is that he plays just well enough that you can trade him and another 6th-rounder to another team for a 5th-rounder. Oh, well, you know what? Take back everything I've said.
But you won't, because he's too much money for the following year, too.
Well, no, you'll eat some of that.
You're not going to be able to.
No, you'll eat some of that. Don't worry. No. They're going to turn another 6th-rounder into a 5th-rounder. Let's do that. Come on.
Yeah, no, it's so nonsensical. Every bit of it is it doesn't add up. It doesn't compute. So here's what I'm believing. I'm believing until we see something otherwise, that the Haslam grand plan that he laid out for everybody, Haslam told you the cheat sheet. He told you what was going to happen. He said it would be Flacco, and then we're going to see the 2 rookie quarterbacks. So as this season progresses, that's going to be my North Star. I'm going to keep looking into what Haslam said as the guiding truth, and then we'll see where it goes. I can't believe that Deshaun would be 3rd ahead of a demotion for Shedeur.
I think that is what you're saying right now. I think that is a smart and mentally healthy way of handling this.
Well, I have to protect my mental health.
Yeah, you got to protect your chickens and protect your mentals.
I don't have chickens
yet. Marshawn, listen, you live in No-So.
You think I have chickens at some point?
Chickens is a metaphor, all right? Go back and watch the Marshawn clip. Protect your mentals, protect your chickens. It makes a hell of a lot of sense if you just think about it, even if you don't have chickens yet.
Okay.
That's a very smart way of doing it. I will say, I cannot allow you to do this, Browns. I can't. I cannot. No. There's nobody that wants to see this. This is beyond insulting to Browns fans. And honestly, have we forgotten that locker room was a black hole of energy last year? It was so bad.
Yeah, people walking around like monsters.
I mean, they were zombies. There's nobody in that locker room. They might like Deshaun, right? But there's nobody in that locker room that still believes in Deshaun. And even if they say it publicly, they don't believe it.
Well, we know nobody believes in Bailey Zappi, because why would you?
Bailey Zappi doesn't believe in Bailey Zappi.
He's just a guy cashing checks at this point, and that's fine.
Listen, the Bailey thing's going to upset a lot of Shedeur fans, and I get it. It's just not my fight. The Deshaun thing is. You stop insulting your fans. I know you want to take your victory laps after one win. Oh, I know the haters will say it. I know you want to take your victory lap after every win, even if you only get 3 wins in a season. I know that you want to tell everyone, look how smart we are, and maybe one of us will give you a gold star. How about this? I'll promise you a gold star if you just don't put Deshaun out there again. There is just no need. There's no upside. And all it's going to do, this whole season is about the poison pill for the dumbest trade in NFL history. Not the second dumbest, not the third dumbest, not honorable mention for the dumbest trade. The dumbest and most destructive trade in NFL history. And I don't give a damn if Deshaun guarantees you to get the number 1 pick. You've got a myriad of ways to get that. This would be beyond insulting And you need to stop. Somebody, if it's Haslam, if it's JW, if it's Cletus, if it's Billy Bob, Betty Sue, whichever Haslam has the keys to the kingdom right now.
And what's
Can
funny,
someone
Nick,
smarten up over there?
Nick, what's funny about it is that I'm insulted just by the idea of it's not even him playing at this point. It's the idea that they put him ahead of Shedeur at any point in this depth chart scenario. Like that's the insult. Like he could never play again. And the idea that at some point they sat down and said he is above Shedeur in the depth chart is the part that's enough for me just to lose my mind.
Wadsworth's backup quarterback. Wadsworth's backup quarterback right now, who I believe is 15. He could be the third man on the depth chart, and I would want him over Deshaun Watson. And Radu on Twitter saying, you do realize there are people in the Browns organization who want to justify the Watson trade. Cool, fire him.
But they already lost.
No.
Like
blow their asses out.
The hay's in the barn. There's no justifying it.
If you've got an agenda,
it's over. It's done.
If you've got an agenda this year, 4 years in, if you've got an agenda, then you're probably part of the reason why this thing has failed so tremendously the last 2 years. Jay No Sports saying, why do y'all hate number 4 so much? One, he's got a name. This whole oh no, hey, 4. I'm 12 guy. Yeah, I'm a 7 guy. Shut up.
I like the number. I like the numbers
I think
thing.
it's the dumbest thing in the world.
We started with
Baker.
Baker.
They have names.
We did 6 a lot
Every
with Baker.
player has a name.
I like the numbers. I like the numbers.
If I walked up to Myles Garrett and said, hey, 95, go get him, I'd hope that he punched me in the skippies. But no, it's
a
not.
cool thing.
No, here's the thing. I don't hate the person. I'm tired of the player. I'm tired of the contract. I'm tired of the worst trade in NFL history, while apparently Baker Mayfield's going to be a friggin' NFL MVP. So with all due, it has nothing to do with Deshaun. It has everything to do with what Deshaun represents. Galactic failure. I mean, holy crap level failure by the Cleveland Browns.
Deshaun for me.
Well, no. So my point is, I don't know Deshaun. 4 years in, I'm no closer to knowing Deshaun because he hasn't made it a point to let us know Deshaun. He's let his on-the-field play do the talking, and it has been abysmal. So it's not quite frankly, at some point, we all made peace with the reasons why you shouldn't really want Deshaun Watson here in the name of, but good football. What if he plays good football? No. Now this is about learn your lesson. I don't know, maybe it's because I don't have billions. When life kicks me in the head 2 or 3 times, I tend to listen. I tend to be, you know what? I'm not going to touch that stove again. Right? Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that thing again. That 3 times I've done it has burnt me to this point. But apparently the Browns can't. We have to justify the Watson trade. You're not justifying anything. You're being arrogant, and honestly, you're condescending your fans if Deshaun Watson touches that field.
Well, you're condescending to the players, too. Shedeur gives you a much better chance to win games than Deshaun ever will. But again, Shedeur gives you a better chance to win games than Bailey Zappi does, too. Like this is the part that it just makes no sense to me. Why can't they see the idea that there's so much upside to be had with Shedeur, while Deshaun, there is zero upside to be had here. You're not winning anything with the fans doing this. You're not winning anything from a game standpoint doing this. The wins aren't there, but they could be there if you have Shedeur. That's the part that I can't get around my head here, Nick. It doesn't make any sense. If you're trying to win football games, none of it makes sense. And maybe that's the reality. Maybe they're just not trying to win football games.
So if you guys are just joining us, JP and I were informed that at least somebody around here believes.
Are they scared Shedeur will take him out of a draft position?
Yeah, at this point, I don't know if they're more
like maybe
scared
that's what I need to be looking at this. Like if Bailey Zappi or Deshaun play, maybe it's because they know that they'll lose enough games to be able to make sure that their draft position is good.
That'd be really weird because then you'd be like, well, hey, we got a quarterback in Shedeur.
Only thing that makes sense because Shedeur gives them a much better chance to actually win than those quarterbacks.
So JP and I were told that we should expect Bailey Zappi to be the backup quarterback and Deshaun to be QB3, which honestly, when I was told, I just heard Shedeur to be quarterback 3 because that's how much I want to hear Deshaun Watson is QB3. How are we feeling about this? You guys want to see Deshaun again this year? Come on, 216-474-0092. Get in on that chat. Super chat. We want to hear from you guys on YouTube. How excited are you guys?
I like when you turn into your influencer.
To see Deshaun Watson again. Come on, guys. Let's get behind 4. Come on. We got what's Dylan's number again? I've already forgotten it. Is it 8?
We changed it. Yeah, it's 8 now. Yeah.
Let's get behind 8 too. And let's get behind 12. You know what? Put the homeless guy in a jersey. Let's call it number 18. Let's get behind 18 as well.
I like the number game. I do.
You guys want to see Deshaun again? 216-474-0092. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Katie Pollock.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 3 o'clock hour
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
on Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive is heard on the free Odyssey app, of course, 92.3 The Fan on radio, and the YouTube channel for 92.3 The Fan as well. What up, chat? A lot of people in the chat. Super chat. Want to see Deshaun Watson back on the field. So
Some calls, too, that we have that want to see Deshaun back. And so, obviously, so this is what I like about what I love about this forum in general is the idea that me and you can give our thoughts and we can be so passionate about it in one direction, and then there are people that feel differently. And so I like that. I want to know how they got there, though. Because I don't think I'll ever get to a spot where I'm clamoring for Deshaun Watson to play football for the Browns.
we're going to get to that in just a second. But to recap today so far, Joe Flacco in a 6th-rounder traded to Cincinnati for a 5th-rounder. I didn't care for the move. Then we got into the conversation, of course, of what happens at the backup spot. And both JP and I heard through various ways that we could see Bailey Zappi as the backup and then Deshaun Watson as the 3rd stringer, which would mean there would be some sort of a roster move coming from the Cleveland Browns. Now, that could also mean Shedeur goes to the practice squad. There could be a lot of things that go on here. Now, while we have that, Deion Sanders was asked about the news that the Browns traded Joe Flacco away, and he gave what can only be described as a very Deion Sanders-esque answer.
Flacco
Yeah, I got
to
that text
Cincinnati.
during practice.
I was just wondering
I
what your
don't
reaction
care.
is.
I don't give a damn about the Browns at all. I care about the Colorado Buffaloes. I do love me some Shedeur Sanders, don't believe that. I care about him. The rest of that mess, I don't, okay? I'm a coach trying to win just like they're trying to win games, but I could care less of who they traded. I'm pretty sure Pac is going to get on his podcast and do what he does and break it down to you and for you. Ain't you, Pac?
Okay.
Okay.
Feels like you could really, if you really were like into like reading through somebody's messaging, you could read through that and what it might mean for Shedeur.
Well, yeah, obviously, if you're reading through that, it means that Deion's very done with the Browns.
Yeah.
And he's clearly getting the impression from Shedeur that things aren't going very well. It would align with what we had heard about the depth chart and the standing of the depth chart, even though I still think that's completely nonsensical.
All right. I knew this season was going to be bad. All right. I feel
Shedeur's
like
not going to get a chance, is he?
I feel like I was first on the moon on this one. I believe you were. I mean, if I was Neil Armstrong, you're whoever touchdown right after that.
Are you going to say something that I really think I was first on now?
No.
Okay, what were you
Wait,
first
would you
on?
like to?
I don't know.
No, the fact the Browns were going to be incredibly bad this year.
Oh,
right?
no, that's you. Yeah, that's you.
Yeah.
You were so far ahead of everyone. You planted the flag, and then everyone else was in spaceships behind you.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I actually left, and I was like, "Oh, you're going there?"
You're like, it's already we've done that.
Yeah.
Been there.
I mean, it's nice, but it's the moon. But okay, but you don't have to be a dumpster fire. And this is to me where like be a competent 4-13 team. You don't have to be a dumpster fire. And if you had no intention of playing Shedeur this year, I don't care how many jerseys it sold. You shouldn't have drafted the kid. Mm-hmm. You just shouldn't have.
Right.
And honestly,
especially when you know in 2026 you're going to take a quarterback.
And we will get to some of the calls here because you are correct. There are people who do want to see Deshaun Watson play again, and we'd like to give them the forum to have this conversation, right? But again, there's no valid reason to play Deshaun again other than you owe him a lot of money. But the idea that you're going to save face on this is honestly, it's dumpster fire logic. So the one credit I could give Stefanski and Barry over the last 5 years is, well, I don't always like it, but it always makes some semblance of sense. Today, we jumped the shark. Today,
yeah, none of this makes sense.
Like none of this really makes sense to
No.
me, and I don't really care for any of it.
In what world are they living in, Nick, where they think that Shedeur not playing this season and then playing Deshaun is the right answer, or even Bailey Zappi? Like, I feel like I'm living in La La Land here. Like, this is wild to me. How did we get to a spot where Shedeur is, and Dion is clearly dejected with good reason, because he doesn't have any faith that the Browns are going to be able to pull this thing off in any sort of way. He seems to think that they're just jerking Shedeur around as well, and like it feels that way, it reads that way right now, and it doesn't make sense to me. If I was trying to coach for my job, if I was trying to GM for my job, if I was trying to make a way that I could stay in the NFL, I'd try to win a lot of games. Try to win as many as I could. Shedeur gives you that opportunity. Deshaun Watson does not.
216-474-0092. Let's see here. Cameron in Lakewood, would you like to see Deshaun Watson again?
I would not like to see Deshaun Watson play here again. I think if we let him get on that field, we are really trying to lose and tank for something in the draft. Big fan of you guys. Want to make it short and sweet, but they don't want to see Deshaun. I don't want to see Deshaun. I think it was a good play to get rid of Flacco, though. Tell him congratulations on all his success and see you later.
All right, real
Thanks
quick,
for
Cameron.
having me, boys.
Cameron, before you go, if Joe Flacco leads the Bengals to the playoffs, will you keep that energy?
I'm going to keep that energy. Congratulations on all their success. But let's be honest. That guy's going to go to Cincinnati, and it's going to be the same as it was here. He's going to be running in slow motion, and he's going to throw all these picks, and he's going to sell the franchise.
All right, Cameron, we appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, Cameron.
He said nice things about us, and we do like when people say nice things
Didn't
about
hear
us.
much after that, if we're being honest.
There was like when somebody told us Deshaun Watson, and I heard Shedeur Sanders as the third string quarterback.
Yeah.
I just heard what I wanted to hear. Now, I'll just say, I believe Cameron when he says he's going to keep that same energy. I don't believe most Browns fans are going to handle it properly if Joe goes to Cincinnati. The first time he has like a Jamar Chase 160-yard game.
I got a video. Sorry, we put the video out there, and I got a comment off that video. And the person is like, Jonathan, you're basically just insulting the Browns fans' intelligence when you make the suggestion that we won't, that we'll find a way. You'll find a way to put this on Stefanski. If he's going to a better situation, like he's got Jamar Chase and he's got all these players, it's gonna it's not a 1-for-1, and I was like, it just doesn't make sense to me. You guys are going to lose your mind. I'm going to lose my mind. That's how I know you guys are going to lose your mind. I'm going to lose my mind. And yes, we will get to blame Stefanski. In many measures of this, we'll get to blame Stefanski for why the Bengals could make Flacco look good, and he couldn't look good here this time around.
But because of the timing, because of the value of a sixth into a fifth, and then just everything else, trading it to a division rival. Andrew Berry's on the line on this one for me as well.
But doesn't everything read that they're just not really trying to win games at all? I know, like, shocker for everyone, but, like, think about it. When you have Joe Flacco for the first 4 games, you can put out there that Joe Flacco was the leader and Joe Flacco was the voice of the locker room and all that other stuff, and that stayed intact. But you had him in golden handcuffs. You had him doing short game stuff. You had him not being the real Joe Flacco. That's strike 1. Strike 2 is going to Dylan Gabriel ahead of Shedeur Sanders, but going to Dylan Gabriel and watching him play week 5, his first game, and basically just 5-yard, 6-yard passes, 7-yard passes, 5-yard passes, nothing really spectacular, and then continuing on with that to then go into Bailey Zappi or Deshaun Watson and not playing Shedeur. You can't tell me this is a serious attempt at trying to win games. It's the exact opposite of that. It's mind-blowing to me. Maybe Stefanski and Andrew Berry really do know that they have their job for 3 years beyond this, because they're not coaching and they're not making moves that suggest that they have any urgency attached to their job.
So can I tell you, it's not just not trying to win. It's also not trying to be successful beyond this year, right? Like, Shedeur doesn't just have implications this year. It's the same reason why, like, guys, I don't think Dylan's a starting quarterback. I think he's a backup. I could be wrong, but I think at best he's a guy, he's going to be lefty Colt McCoy, right? But I was all for, okay, listen, it's a little early, but I understand you need to spark the team and find out what you have in Dylan. That logic should continue on throughout the rest of the year. Whether Dylan starts for the rest of the season or not, that logic should continue. Mm-hmm. And when you abandon that logic, like, there is 0 point, and clip this, because I guarantee you, because that's everybody's afraid of, oh gosh, what if I'm wrong? Who gives a rat's butt? Like, seriously, I'm trying to edit myself now. 0%, 0.0% chance Deshaun is ever good in Cleveland again. 0.
Right.
And by the way, 0.0% chance Bailey Zappi does anything.
Agreed.
In Cleveland.
Agreed. They're not playing to win games. They're not coaching to win games. They're not trying to actually give an attempt.
It feels like they're trolling a certain amount of Browns fans.
It does. You talk about like insulting fans' intelligence. Like that's what the Browns are doing right now. Feels like they're insulting your intelligence. They're trying to put off this facade as if they're actually giving a damn, and they're just not. And the only way you do that is when you have the assurances that you have your job for as long as they think that they do. It's mind-blowing.
I do like how I was super upset in the last
And now
segment.
I got super upset.
And I think what happened is you came around to the idea that they might be serious about this.
I know, because at first, the first 15 minutes, I just took it as a joke.
Uh-huh.
And there's a part of me that I
like maybe
thought,
the person was trolling us.
I thought the person was trying to maybe even rage bait me, that we got this from a little bit, because it was so nonsensical in my brain. Like, I couldn't compute it. It wasn't adding up. And now we got to a spot where this organization is so stupid at times, and they're so dumb with what they do, and they're insulting to so many people's intelligence constantly, that they might go down this road and act as if they were actually trying to do something while obviously accomplishing nothing, and the real goal being a 2 or 3 win season because they're going for the draft pick while in turn trying to keep you interested the entire time. It's right up their alley, and it makes me so angry.
Ken in Cuyahoga Falls, welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Hey. So I got 2 things. Jonathan, I'm gonna upset you after I tell.
Why? I just told you I'm upset. Why do you want to upset me more?
Well, because you're not okay. So first of all, you realize since they traded the captain, the new leader is Deshaun Watson in the quarterback room.
No, he's not.
Oh yeah.
No, he's not.
Like it.
No one's taking any leading.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Tell me how he's a leader.
You'll see.
What will I see?
Anyway, hold on.
I wouldn't put him in charge to lead a 7-Eleven, nonetheless a football team.
I understand that. Who is the leader? Shador?
Oh, that was mean.
Seriously. I understand that. I said that for Dick because I know he doesn't like when people pronounce some parade names wrong. But anyway, seriously,
Jeff Shadell's a better leader than Deshaun Watson, by the way.
You know what they did today? You know what they did today when they traded old man today? They told the vets, season's over. You may not like that, but who do they have? Zippy Zappy? Deshaun?
I just want you to give nicknames for all the quarterbacks.
Seriously, but also, I'm going to tell you, hey, Jonathan.
Yes, Ken?
Shador, as soon as he starts a game, he's going to go Buffalo, Roman. You realize that. He's got bad habits that he cannot break. You may not like that, but look what he did the last preseason game. Bad habits are hard to break. You know it is like I do.
I saw a lot of people.
Ken, we got to bug you, buddy, but we appreciate it. If only there was like designated people within an organization that would like work with these players, and they could like come up with like ways to help a player. I'm thinking of a word, not a teacher, not like a professor, but like they were paid to like to help develop talent. Gosh, what's that called?
Which, by the way.
Oh, coach.
Yeah. By the way, they've been telling everyone that they have been coaching them up. So think about this. They go from the whole rap sheet report. First off, it started with Ross Tucker a couple weeks ago, right? And then obviously now you have the rap sheet report from over the weekend that says like, yep, they're spending extra time, but they're coaching them up, and the improvement Shador has made. The improvements, and then demote him to the practice squad?
All right.
Like the improvements to then go Bailey Zappi and then Deshaun Watson. So you, the quarterback whisperer, can't take that talent, and all you do is get him to a spot where he can't beat out Deshaun Watson and Bailey Zappi? Doesn't seem like much of a coach to me there, Nick.
I think I have something that will be the opposite of rage baiting for Jonathan. And I don't know how much stock we should put into it.
Is it like a picture of my 2-week-old daughter? Because that might be the only thing that gets me out of this right now.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
But actually, that'd be a little weird if you're getting photos of my 2-week-old daughter.
That would be very...
and I'm not even getting them.
She looks like 25% Hungarian. Oh, wait, actually, no, because Elise is half Hungarian.
I mean, that's...
That's a 75% Hungarian baby if I've ever seen one. 216-474. Double wants to be daddy. We're having fun.
Hey, we're having fun.
All right. What do you make of this absolute bleep show at quarterback and the thing that might bring us all back off the ledge here in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
The Peterland Pass coming up in 20 minutes there. It's been a fun day so far. A lot of stuff going on. I still want to know. 216-474-0092. Does that who among you want to see Deshaun Watson on the field again for the Cleveland Browns? All right, we didn't get to all the calls in the last segment. We got a few that we're going to get to here in just 1 second. Now, Kevin Stefanski has said how many times that he does not handle the depth chart, like the unofficial depth chart. How many times has he said does not matter?
I mean, if I had a nickel, I'd be a millionaire at this point.
And if you remember, there were times where certain guys were on the top of the depth chart, and then we didn't see them in the preseason game, stuff like that, okay?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
But the unofficial depth chart is out. Dylan Gabriel, QB1. Shedeur Sanders, QB2.
Shea, boom!
No QB3. No QB3.
Well, yeah, I mean, because right now Bailey Zappi's on the practice squad, and you still have to activate Deshaun Watson. So there are some hurdles that you still have to go through. That's the other part of this.
Did this bring you back? You feeling better about this?
Still enraged. So that's the other part of this, though.
If it lasts for longer than 4 hours, I've heard you got to call a doctor.
Well, or just a company that you advertise with did their job correctly is how I look at it.
Hey, no such thing as too much of a good time.
That's what I'm saying. So the point is that what do you got, like 20 days remaining, somewhere around there, to go ahead and activate Deshaun Watson? They got a little bit of wiggle room to completely tell me that they're not being serious at all this year.
216-474.
Just a little wiggle room.
This is the organization you give wiggle room to. I mean, you know what? Let's go ahead and see. Chris in Richmond Heights. Chris, do you want to see Deshaun Watson on the field for the Browns again this year?
Okay, now one is a strong word. So, and I don't want to push you guys into no therapy, okay? But I feel that I wouldn't mind seeing him. Simply because when he was playing here, remember the offensive coordinator that was calling the plays was Ken Dorsey, who was a failed offensive coordinator.
Not the entire time, though. Alex Van Pelt was there the first 2 years.
Oh, I'm talking about with Deshaun Watson being the quarterback, right?
Yeah. He was Alex Van Pelt the first 2 years, and then was Dorsey the last year.
Okay.
And Kevin was the play caller for 2.5 of those years.
Yeah.
Right. So they were trying to run an offense. Unlike they didn't do that for Baker. But unlike that situation, I don't think they put him in the best position by trying to make a guy that had been out of football for 2.5 years, turn him into Tom Brady throwing the ball every down. They went away from what their personnel was really running the football. I just would willing to see him in a run-tailored offense actually concentrating on throwing the football. But who I really want to see at quarterback, like everybody, is Shedeur. I think they have mismanaged that situation, which is not a new opinion, but I wouldn't
no one
mind
say his
it.
name right.
Right. I wouldn't mind it. I mean, I wouldn't jump off the bandwagon, but when I am close to jumping on the bandwagon is his coaching staff, because I'm tired of seeing this tight end high school offense week after week not putting no more than 17 points on the board. But I wouldn't mind it. I don't necessarily want it, but I wouldn't mind seeing it happen.
Chris, we appreciate
Thank you, Chris. Here's what I'm going to do. Okay, I'm gonna tell the Deshaun Watson supporters what their argument needs to be moving forward. Okay. I'm gonna poke a hole in that argument. I will, but the argument they need to try to make moving forward is that Stefanski didn't know what the hell he was doing, and that's why Deshaun Watson still has a chance. If they were trying to defend Deshaun Watson's playing ability, what they need to try to do is put this all on Stefanski. So you were close there in putting it on the coordinators. What you need to do is say Stefanski's had 12 different quarterbacks. He hasn't figured any of them out, and Baker Mayfield might win league MVP, and he had him playing at a very mediocre to sometimes good, but basically somewhere in between there for the majority of the time that he was in Cleveland. Like you have to shift the blame towards Stefanski and blame it on him. And with the losses piling up, there will be people out there that buy into that. Where I poked a hole in that is I would say even if you want to believe all that, he's way too injured of a player to ever actually believe in him.
Yeah, I think the struggle now is, and listen, I was the guy saying, why did it take 3 years or 3 seasons to get to a Deshaun offense that he was comfortable in, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you can say, well, Deshaun didn't tell the Browns. No. This is the thing that makes sense in the NFL. You have a quarterback that has been incredibly successful in another system. Run that system. Don't get cute about it. But I digress. Now, he's had a shoulder injury, which I still don't know if the guy can throw the ball 20 yards consistently, and now an Achilles injury.
Yeah, he's just too injured of a player at this point.
It just continues to come back to, I do like that the best thing we've heard so far about the reason to see Deshaun again is, I don't really want to see him. Want's a heavy word, but I wouldn't hate it if it happened. Let's see, where do you want to go with this one?
Ken in Houston.
Ken in Houston, do you want to see Deshaun Watson on the field for the Browns this year?
Hey guys, how you doing today? I just got something to tell you, and it just shocked me when I found out about Flacco. So last week I'm driving around Houston, and Quincy Avery, I think his name is the
quarterback coach. Yeah.
So he was on our sports.
Deshaun's old quarterback coach, or could be current actually.
Yeah. Okay. And so I'm driving, and he said that he thought that he looked so good that he would expect one of the quarterbacks to get traded. And this was last week, and he thought it was going to be Shedeur Sanders. And then Flacco gets traded today, so I'm like, what? And so he mentioned something about a 21-day window that they have. I don't really know what that is because I'm down here. But I was just wondering what you guys thought about it, and if he did look good, what you thought about putting him in there.
All right,
I'll hang up and listen.
We appreciate you, buddy. All right, so yes, because he is on the PUP and was put there as they transition to the season, once you got through the first 4 weeks of the season, you have a 21-day window that you can activate him in. If you don't, he goes on the long-term IR.
Right.
Now,
and the expectation is they'll activate him in this stretch. I would think the expectation is that.
The Quincy Avery stuff is interesting because Quincy is two things. One, he is basically at this point a paid hype man for Deshaun Watson. He has defended Deshaun. They are personal friends, but that's understandable. There's
a legit
there's
quarterback coach. I mean, that's there's no other way around that.
He's the other thing.
Your quarterback coach is always going to think you're good at quarterback.
He has talked down about Shedeur Sanders in every interview I've ever seen. He does not believe in Shedeur Sanders in any way. You can actually say it seems like he has an agenda against Shedeur. No one has badmouthed Shedeur more than Quincy Avery, so I don't know that I can really be that surprised that he suggested on Houston Sports Talk that they're going to trade Shedeur so Deshaun can play.
It's just he's just doing his own bidding there. That's all that is. He's doing his own bidding. It's been it's odd. Like if you're just getting in the car, you're like, wait, Joe Flacco got traded. Why are we spending so much time on Deshaun Watson? No. It's like, well, again, what we're hearing within Deshaun and after him being activated, like there's a real chance that he's on the depth chart. And from what we're hearing, he could be third on the depth chart ahead of Shedeur. And it just has us a little outraged.
I could use a laugh. Could you use a laugh?
What do you have? Like one of the Laffy Taffy jokes or something like that? Ready to go?
I got plenty of dad jokes. I'm basically.
You said there was going to be something that would get me happy.
Yeah. Well, no, that was the depth chart, the unofficial depth chart thing.
Oh, that didn't make me happy.
I thought that would maybe talk you off the ledge a little bit because it's one abacus bean in the direction of maybe they actually will just let Shedeur be the backup.
No, I'm not. That didn't do anything for me.
By the way,
the one that the secretary puts together every week. It's like the AP coaches poll.
A PR guy.
It's like the AP coaches poll. It's like, well, who comes up with that? You think Ryan Day is sitting there and actually putting in the results for 1 to 25 and what he thinks within the coaching rankings? No, he doesn't.
Maybe he dictates it.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Maybe. No. All right. So. Bruce Arians. Well, we're on the topic of Joe Flacco getting traded to the Bengals. We're on the topic of who becomes the backup and who's QB3 and all this. Pat McAfee had Bruce Arians on, Super Bowl winning head coach, former Cleveland Browns offensive coordinator. We let that guy out of the building.
As best as I know, the originator of No Risk It, No Biscuit.
Oh, he is the king of No Risky, No Bisky. He went on the Pat McAfee show today and talked about the Browns situation, including his thoughts on Kevin Stefanski.
Stefanski, how do you guys view him? I don't know how he's kept his job this long.
That's exactly. Most coaches view that way. But I think everybody in the media's eyes just kind of give him a pass because the ownership decided to tie up the largest percentage in the history of a salary cap and kind of hamstring the entire team. Coaches, though, do they see it that way? Or is it just...
No, coaches all about winning, man. It's all wins and losses. You can be the nicest guy in the world. You're going out the door. But I think maybe they see that continuity does matter because they went through so many people so fast in the Browns' history that they are trying to copy the Steelers a little bit. And let's keep our guys, let's keep our coaches, let's keep some continuity, and we'll put it together.
It should be noted, the Steelers keep their coaches because they're almost always in the playoffs. Now, I digress. The I don't know how he kept his job that long got a legit chortle out of me the second time. That's the second time I've heard that. Can we just get Bruce Arians to just come on the station once a week? Because I would like that level of common sense from somebody in the damn media.
He had a grasp on it. It's interesting because we really don't hear, even like McAfee in that spot, we've not heard people talk that way about Stefanski. No. McAfee and Arians were talking as if it was a known assumption, something that me and you have been talking about for a year now, and everyone has just kind of gotten on us for having those thoughts and those opinions. They're talking as if that's a known assumption across the league, as it always should have been. You can't go 6 years winning as few amount of games and few amount of playoff games as he has and still keep your job. It's wild to me. But all right, people are waking up their eyes a little bit here, Nick.
Or it's just Bruce Arians just has a BS meter that actually works like you and me.
Maybe that's all it is.
Because McAfee did do the devil's advocate thing, which my eye twitched a little bit during. You don't have to do devil's advocate anymore. Yeah, we can just look at the results.
The way he led into the question and then the first follow up from McAfee tells me that McAfee's also on the same page. Which we have not seen many national people come down hard on Stefanski at all. I'm dying to find out what Albert Breer does at 520. I'm expecting a pivot to Andrew Berry instead of Stefanski love there.
216-474-0092. I'm just curious what people's take is in hearing Bruce Arians, Super Bowl winning head coach. I believe he's got a winning percentage in both Arizona, Indianapolis, and Tampa Bay. I think he had like 2 losing seasons as an NFL head coach. How would feel about him kind of chortling that he doesn't know why Kevin Stefanski still has a job? Let's go with Jack in Wellington. Welcome to the show.
Hi. I know there's been a lot of Stefanski talk, and I'm going to be a Stefanski defender for a quick second.
All right, we're ready for it.
His first season, Baker was healthy. We made the playoffs. We won a playoff game. His second season, Baker was hurt almost the entire year. And at a certain point, that's got to count for something. Third season, Watson's suspended. That season's just sort of a wash. Like, you're not expecting to do anything there. Fourth season, you get Watson. He gets hurt. Stefanski manages to pull together some sort of offense, makes the playoffs with 5 different starting quarterbacks. Last season was a terrible season. Last season, yeah. And then this season, I disagree with how he's managed the Shedeur stuff, but most of this stuff just seems out of his control. I mean, the man won a football game with P.J. Walker as his starting quarterback.
So, Jack, you notice how it's not getting any better, though? You notice how your trend there, we're going in the wrong direction.
Absolutely. No, and if they fire him, that's okay. I'll get over it. I think he deserves a little grace for some of the stuff he has done.
So here's what I struggle with. In terms of things beyond his control, he controls who's in the quarterback room. If he wanted Baker to be here, Baker would be here. If he didn't want Deshaun here, Deshaun wouldn't be here. And he is an offensive head coach whose offenses have ranked 14th, 20th, 18th, 10th, 32nd, and 31st in scoring points in the NFL in his 6 seasons as head coach. While I watch Kyle Shanahan win games with Mac Jones pretty consistently, Kevin O'Connell turned Sam Darnold into a decent NFL quarterback. I'm watching other NFL head coaches deal with uncertainty at quarterback, continuing to win, whereas Kevin kind of gets a pass for that.
Yeah, I could see that. Again, like if he gets fired, I think I could see it being time, but I just don't understand the Watson deal. Like from jump, I was like, that's a lot for a guy who didn't play football last season. I just want to know whose call that was, and I want them fired.
All right. Thank you, Jack.
I think it also might be part of Kevin Stefanski's call.
I mean, by all reporting that we have, and maybe you guys just don't believe the reports, but it's part of the infuriating part of the Stefanski conversation. And you saw Arians and McAfee do it there. Is like, well, he didn't choose Deshaun Watson. It's like, no, the reports say it was him and Andrew Berry that chose Deshaun Watson. They took that plan to Haslam. Haslam's the one that signed off on everything, and Haslam's the one that wanted to make it the guaranteed money. But Haslam didn't sit in his man cave being like, Deshaun Watson, light bulb, let's go do it. No, the plan originally came from Stefanski and Berry, and why everyone just refuses to acknowledge the reports we have from Mary Kay at Cleveland.com and then from The Athletic and the guys they have over there is just wild to me.
How are we feeling about the Joe Flacco trade? We've got some time there. We do have the Peterlin Pass coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey,
But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder on the Browns all throughout the football season.
John Fanta coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll see what John has to say about the Browns shenanigans today. Joe Flacco traded. We have had some idea that it might not be Shedeur as the backup quarterback. We do have more to get to because I want to talk about how the quarterback math has or hasn't changed coming up in just about 20 minutes here. So the question is still out there. The biggest endorsement we've got, at least via phones today, because the chat can be a little hard to kind of follow sometimes. We got a lot of messages in there on YouTube.
I mean, we are getting some comments on Twitter too, by the way. And I'll read the latest one I just got. It's saying it louder doesn't make you right. Zero upside. Do you hear yourself? DW is and was the best quarterback on the team. Keep screaming, but DW will be QB1.
And you can keep saying whatever, but there's no statistical proof to believe that's true. I think that's the thing. Like when you were like, oh, this makes no sense. And it's been the biggest failure in Cleveland history, and he was unplayable, and I can give you the stats to say it. The Watson Warriors that remain just go, nuh-uh. That's not a response. That's just like, okay.
I tried helping their argument.
Like
I tried telling them what they need to be saying.
Like, again, you're the Shedeur fan.
Yeah.
I'm neutral on this whole thing. Shedeur fans can give an impassioned plea about what they think about that kid and how he plays and why they think he should be the backup right now. Mm-hmm. People that don't like Baker Mayfield can give you a reason why that they still don't think Baker Mayfield is as good as maybe the stats say they are. Those are real conversations you can have. Hey, Deshaun Watson's been putrid, hasn't been good since 2020, and is coming off an Achilles injury after being borderline unplayable coming off the shoulder injury. Nuh-uh. Oh, okay. Then we're just not subscribing to reality. That's okay.
I told you their new twist has got to be Stefanski's an idiot, doesn't know what he's doing, and he burned Deshaun. I'm telling you,
find a lot of bedfellows with that argument right now.
That's what they needed. I'm telling you, Watson Warriors. Just it's simple. I'll poke holes through that as well, and I have. But that's the argument you need to start making if you want to get some headway, at least to getting Deshaun on another team and having a chance in the future.
More on the Browns quarterback math in just about 20 minutes here, but it's time for the Peterlin Pass.
There's only one man with the knowledge to criticize and the power to let it slide. It's time for this week's Peterlin Pass.
All right, we're going to go to LeBron. Decision 2.0. Here was the announcement earlier today.
Well, everyone's on pins and needles across the country. You ready to go, LeBron? Where's the powder?
Left it at home.
LeBron, fans want to know where you're taking your talents this year. What's your decision?
In this fall, man, this is tough. In this fall, I'm going to be taking my talents to Hennessy VSOP.
VSOP? And this was the conclusion you woke up with this morning?
That was the conclusion I woke up with this morning.
VSOP. He said in such a question mark way.
It's pretty bad when LeBron's still the worst actor in that spot.
It was really not great.
VSOP?
Obviously, it had hints of Decision 1.0, and it even wore very similar clothing, and the questions all the way up to the chalk toss was very similar as well. I give the Peterlin pass to LeBron in this, and I know you're going to eviscerate LeBron, so hold on one second. I give him the pass with the idea that LeBron's trying to buy an NBA team. LeBron's all about making bread, and sorry that you all fell for it. Obviously, LeBron took the attention grab and ran with it. That's what. Welcome to LeBron James 2.0 himself. So I give him the pass. You all fell for it. That's not LeBron's fault.
Yes, it is, because LeBron knew what he was doing.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
Listen,
you guys thought that he would do it on Tuesday at noon?
Yes, you mean when he would have full audience and he wouldn't have to compete with the NFL?
That's a prime time. That is a prime time announcement. You don't do it Tuesday at noon.
So he's going up against Monday Night Football?
No.
He's going to go Sunday
how about
at 1
Tuesday
p.m.?
at 6 when prime time announcements actually happen?
What prime time announcement happens Tuesday at 6?
And Wednesday at 6. Something at 6.
Okay,
Something not at noon.
I reiterate the question.
All right, I'll reiterate your question. What prime time?
I'm asking the questions
What prime
here.
time announcements we make Tuesdays at noon? Answer me that question.
Any announcement.
No announcements.
It's not such thing as the Tuesday at noon.
Tuesday at noon is not a time. It's not a time to make a press conference announcement.
Yes, it is.
Not if you want eyeballs on it.
What the hell are you talking about?
Tuesday at noon?
I'm dealing with a Watson Warrior here.
Tuesday at noon?
No, it's not.
It's not. It isn't.
How isn't it? It's in the
What
middle.
do you mean, how isn't it? It's in the middle of your day, yes, but that doesn't make it prime time.
Everybody's day.
Yes, people are at lunch. They're at work.
It's
They're
9 a.m. in LA. It is noon in New York.
Prime time. You do a whole special, wind it up at 7 or 8 o'clock on ESPN, because ESPN would gladly give you the half-hour platform that they did for the first decision, and you could do it right with the prime time
LeBron
audience.
doesn't need ESPN.
And everything. Do it on whatever station you want to do it on, but give people the action.
Like 92.3 The Fan afternoon drive.
The first fly in the ointment in this whole thing, when I looked at it, I saw Tuesday at noon. So, no big announcements Tuesday at noon.
You literally didn't mention that yesterday.
No big announcement is
mention
Tuesday
that
at
yesterday.
noon.
We talked about this yesterday. You did not mention Tuesday at noon.
I didn't, but I did in my head. and I thought about it the entire time. I was like, this might be a dumb point to make because I'm going to be wrong on this one. But since I turned out to be right on this one, I'm like, yes. You're right, Jonathan. Why do I ever doubt myself?
Proof of it.
Why do I ever doubt myself?
Take me up on it.
I'm always right. Why would I ever doubt myself? But I doubted myself yesterday. You and Jax laughing like hyenas over there, like, it's gonna happen. No.
Actually,
not so
Jax was
fast,
saying,
my friends.
You can't,
not so fast.
After what you said about Lee Corso,
friends.
you can't say any. You can't use this expression anymore. You're out on Corso.
The Corso family says.
Yeah.
Says no, thank you.
Yeah, the suggestion that you said, what they should do for
they
Lee,
should have taken him off 5 years prior.
That's not exactly how you said it.
Do the man of
different
service.
verbiage, and I think Lee would have enjoyed it. It just would have been weird that the family would be doing it.
Man was having a stroke on the air for half a decade.
doesn't
No
need
one
to
cared.
do this. LeBron doesn't need to do this. If he just tweets out, "I'm taking my talents to Hennessy VSOP,"
nobody pays attention.
And then
then.
somebody, what?
Not in the way they have. Are you kidding me?
He has.
We took ticket prices up to the $500 range
My eye
for
is
the
twitching
final.
right
Why is your
now.
eye twitching? You think he would have got the same attention if he just said, "I'm taking my talents to VSOP" instead
Do I
of what he
think
did
that
now?
Hennessy would have had a nice little kick
Instead
if
of
LeBron
what he did
tweeted
right
about
now?
them?
Did you see what he
You just pissed everybody off. What, for
the
5%
advertising
more
dollars
business?
that VSOP got off of this is insane, and I would imagine the financial gain from LeBron is going to be it's going to be matching up with the amount of attention and eyeballs that were on this.
I guarantee you this is a pay-per deal, meaning it's like, well, hey, if we sell
Nobody
5
cares.
cases, you're going to get 5%, but if you sell 10, you're going to get 10%.
Oh, because people really paid attention when he was doing all sorts of Smart Water commercials and all sorts of Dorito endorsements and stuff like that.
They endorse things because people see LeBron endorse things and then they go buy them.
Yeah, but you didn't have people for 24 hours being like, "What's happening? I can't believe it." And then in turn,
And now,
for
all
another
anybody
12
says
hours,
is, what a jackass.
people are talking about VSOP. They're talking about Hennessy.
No one's talking about Hennessy. Everyone's talking about what a stupid ad that was.
I hadn't thought about Hennessy in years, and now today I'm like, well, maybe VSOP is where it's at.
Don't make me curse on air. You are so full of it.
Maybe VSOP is where it's at. If that's what LeBron drinks,
this is a challenge.
Good enough for LeBron.
This is
good
a
enough for me. But I always say,
I'm going to need you to go ahead. I'm going to need you to take a picture of you buying some VSOP tonight. I'm going to need to get that picture.
I mean, I just might if this is the drink of LeBron.
I don't believe you. There's not a might here.
If this is the drink of LeBron.
This was such a successful ad campaign. You're going to walk right out of this studio tonight.
Here's the thing.
And buy yourself some Henny.
I'm not drinking right now. I have a 2-week-old and a 2.5-year-old. I told you this like 3 weeks
so
ago.
LeBron can't get you to drink with this great advertisement?
I'm going to buy booze just to sit on the desk and hang out?
Why can't you drink? You have a 2-year-old. That's the prescription for drinking.
2-year-old and a 2-week-year-old.
Yeah.
What was funny about that?
I can't do math, but I know it feels longer than however long it's
my
been.
ass is in the jackpot, man.
You said a 2-week-year-old.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what she is. She's
a 2-week-old. She's not a 2-week-year-old.
Oh, you're right. All right, sorry, I said that wrong. But she's 2 weeks old. That's it. She's very young. I'm not drinking right now. She's very young.
I just laughed so
if
hard.
I find myself at a wedding open bar coming up here soon, and I see VSOP, hey bartender,
give me that LeBron drink.
Get me that
That's
Hennessy.
my second decision.
That's actually great. That's a fun line. You look at the guy next to you and you're just like, decision 2.0. Bartender, I'll take the Hennessy.
And the guy's going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? By the way, I laughed so hard at that, I definitely passed gas just a little bit.
I did try to. You just. Okay. Listen, I'm not going to act like I haven't intentionally waited until I'm speaking very loudly to go ahead and pass gas.
No,
no one can hear it.
In reaction to laughing at how ridiculous you are for this Peterland pass. You're so ridiculous.
Bodily functions just came out of you?
Yes, because of 2-week-year-old and this Peterland pass for LeBron.
LeBron, you get the pass.
Clown shoes at a LeBron, clown shoes at a you.
Congratulations to you, LeBron. Here's a Hennessy.
I just Peterland pass gas.
The Peterland Pass.
Oh, that's the setup. That was the setup the entire time. What a joke I am, thinking you're just making commentary.
That literally happened.
You set it up for the Peterland Pass gas.
Jim.
Hey, we're having fun.
Q. We're having fun. Mike, Jacob, Danny, has the quarterback math changed for the Cleveland Browns? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
have the right coach. We might be doing a coaching search again.
I thought that Sunday was a desperate day, and it started to reap more of it as time went on. And even if he's powerless in this situation, then that's still going to fall on him. I like Kevin. I like him personally. We all know that. But man, I'm struggling to find the really good things to get in people's faces and say that this is a terrible mistake for them to do this.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
And that's an impact right there. That is a something.
John Fanta coming up in 20 minutes. Albert Breer coming up at 5:20 today. I'm sure we'll ask about the Joe Flacco trade. Why did the Browns feel like this was the right move to make? Why was a sixth-rounder in Joe Flacco to Cincinnati for a fifth-rounder? Why was this a deal just too good to pass up? We'll also get into the Stefanski buzz. If you guys missed it, we've played Bruce Arians, questioning why Stefanski still has a job. We've played Deion Sanders, seeming pretty irritated about that bull junk with the Cleveland Browns, although I do want to talk about the quarterback math here and what has changed or what hasn't changed, but Bryce made a pretty good point there on our super chat there.
Was he a super chat?
Well, it's not super chat. No. But I'm just because I like it, so I'm going to call it super chat.
Okay.
Super chat doesn't really matter to you and me because we're not going to make any more money from it.
Not at all. I just like that you've adopted it as a super chat. In my mind, I was like, oh, not only is it a good point, but you paid money for this point.
Yeah, but we need like a downgrade chat too. So like inferior chat, we'll work on it. We're workshopping it. But Bryce saying, I think 2-week-year-old is a solid motto for the Browns. Every season with Watson, 2 weeks in and the year is over.
Yeah, it adds up.
I like that.
Yeah, it's good. We can workshop all of it.
So with Joe Flacco getting traded to the Bengals, Dylan Gabriel's still your starter. On the unofficial depth chart, Shedeur is QB2. We'll see if that stays at all. We'll see if the Browns just don't put out a depth chart and then we just get surprised on Sunday, because that's always smart. Has the quarterback math for the Browns this year changed at all?
Well, in what ways?
So yesterday I said, we were talking about when Shedeur could play, and I said I think the earliest is December 7th.
Okay.
And the reason, my quarterback math was...
Ken had the Jets game.
That's 8 games for Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
Kevin Stefanski clearly believes in Dylan Gabriel. So if you're 1-7 in that stretch, that's enough to say, well, he might be an NFL quarterback, but we're 1-7. And then you get 5 games is enough to make a decision on Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel going forward.
Yeah, it is funny how we have still, even in watching Dylan Gabriel actually play a game, we have somebody, we'll talk about him later on in his thoughts there, but most people still haven't moved off the thought process that Dylan Gabriel, you have an end stamp there. You're gonna see a time. If it's 5 weeks, if it's 6 weeks, if it's 7 weeks. What I want to see happen is I want to see enough time for Shedeur to either prove himself that he can play or can't play, and you make a decision. And obviously, if he gets 5 games or 6 games, that's not enough time to prove that he can't play. But it certainly is enough time to be able to at least get a feel and a sense of it. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for.
So specific to the Flacco thing, I don't know. And again, they
moved quick.
They moved quick, and I get it. The opportunity to trade Flacco for anything is... I get it. I understand the inclination for an organization that is over the moon about value. In fairness, pick swapping a 6-rounder for a 5th-rounder, I think the exact value is like pick 200 in the draft. The actual value you got is like a 7th-rounder, which doesn't move me. However, I digress. That being said, the only thing I don't like about this is if you're not pot committed to go to Shedeur next, I don't think that value was enough that in case something happens, specific injury, because again, I don't think Dylan's getting benched. I think Dylan would have to be worse than Joe Flacco to get benched before those 8 weeks are up. I don't like the idea of, well, Shedeur's not ready to be the backup. He's not ready for the field. But we got this great offer for Joe Flacco, so I guess it's Bailey Zappi. I'd still feel more comfortable with Joe Flacco if Dylan gets hurt than Bailey freaking Zappi.
I just wonder if they think that, maybe they already think this, but if Dylan gets injured, then it's just, we're up a creek anyway.
Yeah.
The season is shot, so let's just take it for what it is. There was not a world where I thought that Joe Flacco would ever play again. in a Browns uniform, so it doesn't bother me at all that he's gone. And then really the math hasn't changed much. I still want to see it be Shedeur, and I want to see it after Dillon Gabriel. It's just at what point you move off of Dillon.
I had somebody. I'm not going to credit it because it's not like a reporter, but I had somebody try to pitch to me the Jets game as well, coming off the bye.
Okay,
and it just seemed a little bit of. I just didn't buy it. Basically, there's an inside story about something with Dillon Gabriel, and it all has to do with like a marketing opportunity for Dillon Gabriel and his team pushing for. And I was like, I don't think Dillon Gabriel's camp right now knows how long of a leash he really has.
Wait,
I don't think anyone
I'm confused.
does.
What's the marketing opportunity?
I know. You get one toe in, you might as well jump in.
Yeah.
A mutual friend of ours said that they're working on with Dillon's camp to do like a signing or something, and they were told, hey, let's get this done in the next. We want to have this in for the next 4 to 5 weeks. And so they surmised, well, that's because Dillon's camp doesn't think he'll have the job beyond 4 to 5 weeks.
Oh, that's fair from Dillon's camp. Like I mean, listen, it's not. Is it bad of their camp that they're like, let's hurry this thing up because we don't know if we're going to have a job? But at least he's looking at it rationally. Like, when's the value ever going to be higher for Dillon Gabriel? It's going to be in the next 4 to 5 weeks.
I mean, who was the guy that did the signing after he got traded? Wasn't it? Was it Joe?
Joe Flacco did it, yeah. And he was charging $150 an autograph, and lines were 2 hours long.
Now, because Dillon is a half foot shorter, I believe he's only charging $112. He's a tiny little guy.
That was almost mean.
I think that sounder was mean. I would never say that.
I did find it funny the amount of people that are like, just wait until Dillon gets in cold weather. The kid's from Hawaii. He's not going to be able to do it. Cold weather is going to be the death of Dillon Gabriel.
Yep, Tom Brady was from California, complete scrub in the snow.
It is funny because some quarterbacks really do suck in cold weather. Tua obviously is really bad in cold weather. He got into that playoff game against Mahomes and didn't stand a chance. And it wasn't just because it was Tua against Mahomes.
It could have also been it was a playoff game and he's not built for the playoffs.
Well, so I mean, his record though, 45 degrees and under. I don't know why I know this off the top of my head. He's 0-7, 45 degrees and under. Like he just can't play in cold weather.
What about 32 degrees and under?
Also 0-, I don't know, 0 and something. It's not. It's not. There's no wins there. If it's 0-7 at 45 and under, it's 0 and for. The point is.
What's the point differential?
I was trying to really explain that to you when you were just being a smart ass, and I should have stopped. Jared Goff, not a good cold weather quarterback. Like there are quarterbacks that just suck in cold weather, but it's interesting that now the anti-Dillon crowd is moving towards that. Like just wait, he'll get in cold weather and he won't be able to hack it.
216-474-0092. So Joe Flacco now in Cincinnati. Don't worry, we got a 5th rounder for Joe and a 6th rounder. And then, of course, we don't quite know who the backup is officially yet, although the unofficial depth chart puts Shedeur Sanders as QB2 with no QB3 listed. Has the quarterback math changed for you? If you thought Dillon was going to get 8 games yesterday and Shedeur was going to get the final 5 games of the season, has the Flacco trade moved that needle at all? Let's go with Jacob in Olmsted Township. What's up, bud?
What's up? Thank you for having me. This is basically a great trade for the Browns. Joe Flacco wasn't going to do anything for us. He threw a lot of interceptions, basically. Interceptions in, week 1 through 4, I believe. And then Dillon Gabriel, I believe he's going to be our rest of the season starter because how good he is. If you saw him in the first game that we started him, he wasn't bad. He was not that bad. A little missed throws there and there, but I believe he will be better as a starter than Shedeur because, let's say it, Shedeur is not that great. He's decent, but not that great.
You don't know that.
Gabriel.
But you don't know. We have no evidence to go off of any of that. That's the frustrating part about Shedeur. It's you can't look at his college tape and say he's not great. He was great in college. So how do you surmise that he's not that great? You haven't seen him play football.
Preseason. Just look at the preseason.
He was awesome in one game, and then the other game was, it was what it was.
Jacob,
but
we got a boogie. We appreciate it.
I wanted on the record that Jacob takes his football thoughts off of preseason games.
You didn't like that, did you?
Well, I just wanted it on the record. If your basis on this is preseason football, then I think you need to come up with a new basis.
I think there are a lot of people today saying Joe is bad here, Joe will be bad there, so I don't care about this trade. And I think a fair amount of those people 2 weeks from now, if Joe Flacco looks good, the Bengals have, and I think the report is Joe will start against, I think it's Green Bay this next coming week.
Oh, it's a Green Bay. Good luck.
So
it's a really good defense. That he's already seen, though, so maybe that's an advantage for him.
We'll see about that. But if he wins on Sunday, there's people next Monday.
Actually, that even gives you more ammo there, right? Like you get to watch a game where we already saw what Stefanski could do with Joe Flacco, and now we'll get to see what Checks Notes Zach Taylor can do. Is Zach Taylor
out 3 days of practice?
Watch Zach Taylor out-coach Kevin Stefanski in this, and I would love to see the Stefanski supporters try to justify Stefanski's lot in NFL life.
What is the appropriate
happens.
response? If Zach Taylor outcoaches Kevin Stefanski.
You get to be mad about it. If Joe Flacco against a team that you just saw him play against 2 weeks ago, if Joe Flacco looks really good, and yes, Higgins and Chase are much better than Judy and whoever else you want to throw in as the Browns' number 2, but if he looks that much better, considerably better, it is a direct reflection on Stefanski, and I would imagine the fans here get to be just as angry as I'm going to be.
All right, Jim in West Park, has the quarterback math changed all that much for the rest of the season with Joe Flacco going to Cincinnati?
Oh, definitely. Because at this point, you're looking at probably Watson coming in with the last 3-4 games, if that's what their plan may or may not be. You could have the most Brownsiest thing happen where they're getting close to, being getting that number 1 pick in the draft, and Watson comes in and just goes lights out and just, passes like he was a, spring chicken again. So, I mean, this is the Browns. This is how they play. This is what they do. It's a wasted season yet again. And I don't know how people, are still happy with this team. It just doesn't make any sense.
So I agree with you that it is likely a wasted season, and this to me is where the devil is in the details. Not every wasted season is the same. And this season, to me, has always been about the purge. It's about the pain pill for the failed Deshaun experiment.
Yeah.
And putting Deshaun back out there, to me, it is just a master's class and not getting the point of why you failed and why you've gone from looking like you had a legit Super Bowl window 3 years ago, and that's why you traded for Deshaun, to now you're in the middle of a pretty significant rebuild 3 years later.
I want to highlight what Jim said there for a second, though, because that is the most Browns thing I think I've ever heard. The idea that Deshaun, craters the team, stinks up the joints for three seasons to a point that we just can't recover from. At least it's been hard to recover from. And then they throw Deshaun out there for 4 games as we're in line for the number 1 overall pick to get a quarterback that emerges, and Deshaun actually wins us 4 games in a row or something. That would be the most Browns thing ever.
The Lovie Smith spite trail. Danny in Willoughby, we got about 35 seconds, buddy. What you got for us?
All right, I'll fill really quick here. This is not a Hugh Jackson team. They have talent, tight ends, Fannin, Njoku, Judkins, Mason Graham. Are you kidding me? He opens up a lot for Myles Garrett. This rookie linebacker is Clay Matthews.
So, but you see, okay, Danny, you say it's not a Hugh Jackson team. Have you looked at the numbers? 2025 per game stats versus 2017 per game stats.
We got a boogie, buddy. Go ahead.
14.6 in 2025, 14.6 in 2017. 27th in yards per game, and then in 2017, 32. And all this stuff adds up. It's almost identical down to points per play, down to percentage on third down, touchdowns per game, yards per play. It's almost identical to what they did in 2017 offensively.
I almost feel we should call Todd Haley in and see if we can get Kevin Stefanski to talk down to him, and then it'll be. Then we'll know for sure.
Hugh Jackson's here, baby.
Poor Hugh. Not really. John Fanta, NBC Sports, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick.
tonight. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We got Albert Breer coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll talk Joe Flacco's trade. We'll talk about the planted quarterback. I have seen a few reporters, I think it was Cameron Wolf of NFL Network, who in his tweet about the Joe Flacco trade said Cleveland goes with youth at quarterback from here on out. That felt like maybe he forgot Deshaun was in the room, but I don't want to put words in his mouth there. Hopefully that is the case. But to talk about the Joe Flacco trade, his thoughts on Dillon Gabriel, might get a take on Cavs preseason basketball, right?
Well, might. If the time allots.
Yeah, I mean, listen. If we have him for if we have him for the rest of the show, we'll get into Cavs preseason basketball. But he joins us every single Tuesday in the 4 o'clock hour. Of course, Cleveland's own, but now with NBC Sports, he killed it. I mean, killed it on Sunday Night Football, and I actually texted him. He sounded great during the highlights as well. The great John Fanta joins us. Welcome back to the show, buddy.
Oh, I could feel another step closer to owing Nick Wilson dinner on Sunday, right around 12:30. I went down to my knees in the living room and said, another loss, fellas. I thought I'm going to have to swallow my pride here, and Nick Wilson is going to walk away a winner.
You just hate. I mean, you hate to see it, but more than that, John, you love to see it.
I mean, John, I told you, burger bets with Nick don't work out for anybody. If you make a burger bet with Nick, I've never seen it work out for anybody but Nick.
Yep.
Oh man! Now I've learned my lesson. I have absolutely learned my lesson. By the way, great to be talking today with the one and only Mac Robinson, who I once called basketball, football, and baseball with in high school, and he did a stellar job as a St. Ignatius baseball manager back in the day. That guy had the gum, the cleats, everything ready to the nines.
John, that's kind of insulting, though, if you did all those games with him and the thing you want to highlight is him being a great baseball manager. I mean, that's not great for his broadcasting career. I don't know.
No, he was a tremendous partner.
And no one cleaned the unis better than Mac Robinson.
Nobody got the bubble gum in order like Mac.
That.
He got some Febreze on that. He put some of that.
Can that score keep a game?
The bleach blot thing. He got one of those too. The bleach sticks.
Yeah, but
man.
you know the broadcasting, the thing he's trying to make his livelihood in.
Yeah,
that was.
He also
that was
did
whatever.
that too. He did that as well.
That just happened.
So, John,
what time is Bailey Zappi stopping by the show today?
Don't do that, John. Don't you? Let's not turn this into a firefight. All right, no one wins in a firefight between Wilson and three-win Wilson and John Fanta.
Zippy zappy.
The world shakes. The world shakes when that happens. I was just asking you a question.
Well, I want to ask you a question, John, because we got a big Donnybrook not too long ago about the fates of Kevin Stefanski and really who the best manager in the city was between Stefanski and Vogt. And I wanted to know, I was just curious. I wanted to know where you stand on Stefanski today.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have pitched Cade Smith at the end of that blowout game. I would have saved him for the ensuing game. But Stephen Vogt could very well get
the playoff
manager of the year again. Yeah. I wouldn't have pitched him when I was up 5 runs. No. Overall, he had it's Stephen Vogt in the race with Kevin Stefanski. Kevin Stefanski, to me, the discourse on Stefanski is really strange. You know, for a guy that's won 4 times in his last 22 games, and for the discourse to be that there's really not that much from some people that are very close to the team and that I respect. Like, I respect these people that are saying this. I want to make that clear. But you guys know who they are. Like, there are some people who are very, very close with this football organization who are saying that there's really not that much pressure yet and that they don't see it in terms of hot seat. How could you not see it?
he lost in the game on Sunday.
Well, you can't see something if you just don't look at it.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, but these people are at practice every day and they cover the team every day. I don't understand. Like, the reality of it is, like, I think that Kevin the act has gone stale, gentlemen. It's gotten stale and old and extremely predictable, and they're not able to trick anybody. You know, they were the better team on Sunday for a good portion of that game because they have an elite defense. This team with this defense should not have just one win. They should not have just one win. And the coach has done things that have been very hesitant, not aggressive at all. Like, remember early in his tenure? Early in his tenure, we were all debating, does he go for it too often? Is he too bold? Is he too aggressive? And, you know, the counter was like, well, I don't mind it, man. Like, he could be a trendsetter here. And in some ways, he actually was at first. And it's how he won a couple of NFL Coach of the Year honors. Now it's like, who is this guy? Like, he's going against what he says that he does. And the inability to score 20 points in an NFL game, especially that game Sunday, that's the biggest loss that he's taken in terms of harm, in my opinion. We're a situation where he really, really harmed himself. I don't want to hear that he had a rookie quarterback. You got to play to win the game. Ask Jonathan Gannon how that worked on Sunday with the Cardinals, which I cannot believe that the Cardinals lost that game. But if you have the football and you have a chance to put a team away, you don't punt it back to them. I don't care how good your defense is. You guys all know the script in the NFL. The conservative, the hesitancy, you have nothing to frickin' lose. And you didn't coach that way on Sunday, and that's just a dark spot. Flacco aside, all this stuff aside, we're going to get to in a second. That, to me, is a loss where you can lose your locker room.
I would agree with a lot of what you said. So on the heels of that, today, they trade Joe Flacco in a 6th-rounder to Cincinnati for a 5th-rounder. Again, division rival Cincinnati, who's trying to save their season. How do you feel about that trade?
I mean, trying to save their season. That offensive line. I mean, my goodness. Put a life alert button on Joe when he takes snaps on Sunday. How what is the thinking there? Look, I got a lot of respect for Joe Flacco, but he's as immobile a quarterback as there is in the National Football League. And the Bengals' offensive line has been, if you gave them a grade, it would be an F. I don't understand the move by Cincinnati. Obviously, Joe Flacco playing any more in Cleveland was going to not be purposeful or impactful or meaningful. And, you know, I said that I would have started in week 1, and we could go, you know, hindsight's 20/20. You know, I know, Nick, you had your own opinions on that situation, and we could talk all day about that. But, like, in the here and now, the fact that the Browns were actually able to trade him and get a 5th-round pick in the process and not give up their own pick because they got that 6th-rounder from, the Lions? Like, the fact that they were able to get a 5th-rounder is kind of crazy, in my opinion, because I don't know what Cincinnati's thinking. Like, if I'm trying to save my season, what was the subject matter that you're looking at that says that this guy with this offensive line is going to be the one to do it? So I'm all for the Browns going with their youth movement, even though I have my own opinions on that. And I kind of chuckled when you said, was Albert forgetting about Deshaun Watson? Because I think Albert, I don't think he was forgetting about him. I think Albert just knows what the reality is, and that's that Deshaun Watson is not going to be the Cleveland Browns quarterback beyond, maybe he steps in this year because things are such a dumpster fire at that position. But, like, you know what I think, guys?
What's that, John?
Did this organization have a real plan at quarterback this year? Because by many accounts now looking at it, it would appear that they did not. I'd love to hear it. We'll never hear it. But, like, what was the plan? Because what the reality is not NFL quality.
Yeah, I don't think they had much of a plan. I agree with that. It feels almost like again, this is the thing with Stefanski and Barry. It feels like they've been told they have a million years to figure it out, and they're treating it as such. Oh. Where I wouldn't, John. If I have Haslam as the owner, I would treat every year like you have to win and you have to try to keep your job. But they have no urgency attached to them.
And JP, you can't tell me. Maybe you disagree with me on this, but like I can't help but last night sit down and watch the Jaguars.
Oh, yeah,
play.
For sure. It's a 4-win team last year, John. Yeah.
Yeah, and see that product and think to myself, we are no longer in the era. Like, 4- and 5-year plans were old when Mike Holmgren was shown the door in Cleveland. That's years ago now. This idea that these people have an unlimited amount of time when the last 2 years have been... a hamburger short of Hugh Jackson is kind of ridiculous. Like, what is going on? I think that's my biggest thing right now with this organization is it feels like a car that is in a Cleveland snowstorm in the driveway, and you're saying in the car, we are going to make it to dinner 15 minutes away. But there's literally a foot of snow on the ground, both in your driveway and on the street. And I'm sitting in the car saying, are you serious right now? Like, do you actually, like, but they seem to believe it. How? How could you be so ignorant?
Well, it's been 6 years, feeling pretty good about themselves. John, I'm just curious, when it comes to the Browns, what do you see as the goal with Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders the rest of the way?
Well, the goal is what the goal was to this season for those two players, which was I want to find out if one of them can play the quarterback position at a high level going forward. Does that mean that they are locked in? No alternatives, John. They have to be the starter in 2026. I'm not going to sit here and say that about a third and a fifth rounder, but like I do think the season's lost, all right? The season is lost. It's not going to happen for this football team, and it probably was never going to happen based on their outlook at the start of the season and now what the reality is. But I want to see progress. Like, I mean, here's the thing, guys. The goal is for Dillon Gabriel to get better every single week, and by season's end, you sit here and say, Dillon Gabriel could be a good quarterback in the NFL. Like, I'm not thinking about Shedeur Sanders. And I kind of chuckle when people say, like, well, now they're a step away from Shedeur Sanders. Well, now they're a step away from Shedeur Sanders. Well, like, Dillon Gabriel showed some good things on Sunday, okay? I want to see if he can expand upon that. Now, the problem is I don't know if he can with this coach and this scheme because, to me, this scheme's not setting anybody up for success right now. It's a big problem, big picture. But, like, the goal is for Dillon Gabriel to not get hurt and to continue to make progress. Like, the best-case scenario for the Browns is that Gabriel shows he could be a franchise quarterback, gets steadily better every week, and he stays healthy. That's the best case. Like, we're acting like Shedeur Sanders is, that this is a play with two superstars, two co-stars. I'm sorry, one person gets to play the quarterback position. So the goal is for Dillon Gabriel to show that he's a franchise quarterback. I know there's a lot of people out there clamoring for Shedeur Sanders and that are excited for Shedeur Sanders. I'd be intrigued to watch him too. But if he's the third stringer on this football team, on this team, who needs all the help they can get at quarterback, just how good is he really? And secondly, he has done nothing to help himself as a professional. The miming last week with the media, the speeding tickets, the sly remarks, the social media stuff, none of that stuff helps a professional. That's not a slight against Shedeur. It's a slight against anybody who plays the game for a living, this game for a living at a high, high level.
John, great stuff as always, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll see what we talk about next week, but it'll probably be more of the same. But I will tell you, cannot wait for that burger. Just really, really excited for that burger.
Didn't you guys put like $100 limit or something on it? Like you go up to $100? Wasn't that what I heard?
I believe so. So I'm looking forward to a $99 burger.
Yeah,
no. Now you're adding things into the bet.
Was that wrong?
When did I do that?
I thought it was like a burger with a side of steak.
Yeah, I think actually a steak, double steak burger.
Just as a side,
Yeah.
It's whatever comes with the burger comes with the burger, John.
Listen, JP's not eating a burger here, so he's got no reason to lie.
Listen, all we know is Nick didn't watch me on NBC this weekend, okay?
You know what? Good point, Nick. We'll go out for the burger, and JD can watch a De Niro movie. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh, John. We're going to go to the golf course. Me and you are going to go to the golf course, okay?
No, I don't like that. I like it when I'm getting fed by John, and then nobody else is happy. John Fanta, NBC Sports on the Fan Hotline. When we come back, we'll react to what he had to say and getting into the path forward with Dylan Gabriel on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
and 5-star reviews on Google, and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All day long. All day. All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
He lost in the game on Sunday. The reality of it is, I think that Kevin has the act has gone stale, gentlemen. It's gotten stale and old and extremely predictable, and they're not able to trick anybody. They were the better team on Sunday for a good portion of that game because they have an elite defense. This team with this defense should not have just one win. Remember early in his tenure, we were all debating, does he go for it too often? Is he too bold? Is he too aggressive? And, the counter was like, well, I don't mind it, man. He could be a trendsetter here. And in some ways, he actually was at first. And it's how he won a couple of NFL Coach of the Year honors. Now it's like, who is this guy?
John Fanta, Cleveland's own NBC Sports in the previous segment. Sounds like he's turned on Kevin Stefanski.
I mean, we're not Miss Cleo here, okay? It's wild, though, how it was so obvious that this was the route that everyone was going to go based off of you can't lose as many games as he has and how hard the schedule was going to be at the beginning of the season. It was always going to turn this way. The idea that people could have been so hell-bent on Stefanski being great at his job to then 5 games later, Nick. This isn't 25 games later. This is 5 games later. The same people that told you how great he was are now like, you're right. We probably need a new scenery, probably need a change.
The difference for me, though, is because I noticed a turn. And the first time we really saw Stefanski get called to the carpet this year was the Baltimore loss. And I understood that one because it was a bad, you got blown out, and there was the weight of the Baltimore 30-year celebration, all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But from that game, it was like 2 bad Joe Flacco picks. It was this, it was that. And I do think Kevin started having Joe go slow at the end of that game to try and slow down the Ravens from turning it. They even tried to avoid the blowout. Mm-hmm. It wasn't his fault, though. That game, if you look how that went, that was players losing that game. That is not what happened on Sunday. And that's the difference for me. After that Baltimore game, I'm like, guys, I'm already out on Stefanski, or mostly out on Kevin Stefanski, but why this game? I'm not asking myself that anymore after this game. I think this is if this was the game that flipped the switch for you and is a beginning of the end for you with Kevin Stefanski, that makes an incredible amount of sense because it's not even about his bad clock management. It also goes to Jim Schwartz, his defensive head coach, choosing the cover 6 at the end of the game when you have one of the best you have the best man corner in football in Denzel Ward.
Yeah, and that's something obviously we got to address with Schwartz. But
but Kevin takes the fall for that. That's your defensive coordinator.
I'm not saying he doesn't. That's a whole grouping thing. But that when you hire Jim Schwartz, you know that's how Jim Schwartz likes to play defense and how he likes to call defense. It's been a mind blowing thing for a couple years now. The fact that when you have the very best wide receivers, for instance, he's like, nope, we're in zone, we're not doing that. But that's neither here nor there. The point is that the amount of I'm surprised at how quick this has turned for everyone because I thought the most staunch Stefanski supporters would be in there for at least until the bye week. But it was very predictable. You knew this was going to be hard, and you knew it was going to be tough. I'm just surprised that people are turning the way that they're turning based off of the reaction we took in the summer.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you're saying that. Now that you're saying it, what's interesting to me is how early it's happening. I think that's a great point by you because, to me, the whole point of Stefanski, he has the rubber stamp to keep his job long term. That was always about, well, can you keep the players engaged till late in the season, right? Can you? Mm-hmm. All right, every team that is losing at some point, players check out. You can have Vince Lombardi in his prime. If you're going 4-13 at some point, even if it's week 18, they're checking out. So for me, it was always about, okay, what does it look like? This goes back to the idea of you can be bad, but you don't have to be a dumpster fire. Just Dylan Gabriel starting. No, you're just bad, right? Until proven otherwise, you're just bad. Shedeur starting. You're just bad. Starting Deshaun Watson, dumpster fire. Fans turning. And again, If fans are feeling this way, you can bet your sweet bippy players after Sunday were feeling this way. Players turning on you this early, that is when this gets to dumpster fire. And here's the problem. You were a dumpster fire last year. The final 5 weeks of that season was post the Pittsburgh game, was so unbelievably bad on so many fronts. And you could tell dudes were checked out. Now we're week 5 and we're doing that, going on week 6. That's where it gets scary, just in terms of just Kevin Stefanski keeping these guys where we can develop the young players, because you have to be competitive to develop young players. If it's a dumpster fire and you're not competitive in any of these games, that's where it's hard to figure out. Like, okay, how do you make Isaiah Bond better in a completely losing dumpster fire environment?
Yeah, and I think so. Once after you get to the Steelers game, it's going to open up a little bit. I mentioned how there's 6 teams in the AFC that have 1 win or fewer. The Browns are one of them. The other 5 teams that are in the AFC, the Browns play. They're on the schedule for the rest of the season. You're going to have a stretch where 2 times in 3 weeks you play the Dolphins into the Patriots, actually, and the Dolphins and the Jets, though. Like, they're going to have opportunities, and it's in those opportunities that Stefanski's got to pull out some wins. He's got to be able to find some sense of, even if we're being close with the hard teams but not pulling it off, we can take care of the easy teams. He's got to at least do that. That's got to be the bare minimum now moving forward.
Can we just say the most competitive 4-13 team in football is still right there? It's still there for the taking, and I actually think that's where Dillon Gabriel comes in.
I think that's why people are actually upset, is because it was competitive in a stretch where you should have gotten taken to the cleaners, in a stretch where Frank Schwab, when we had him on before the season, called this the hardest first 6 games of a season for any team in 20 years of covering football, and they legit could be 3-2 right now. Well, that's why people are mad.
And you just have to survive 6 games, right? You got to these guys have to believe they can still win by the time you get to week 7. And I'm not saying that it's definitively not going to happen, but I'm saying that is now in danger. And in a weird way, I know I do take objection or put objection up there when people say a week is a must-win, because it's the NFL. There's 17 games.
There's not enough games. You got to win every game.
Every game is a must-win game.
Yeah.
In terms of the nuance of what you and I are talking about, Pittsburgh, a game where you're coming off London, that is incredibly hard to readapt, coming back off London, and you're getting Pittsburgh off a bye, and you're still starting a rookie quarterback. Like, this is a really, really important game to make it look good and or just win the damn thing.
Yeah, and if you can pull off a game against the Steelers, again, you got the Dolphins after that, and there's some winnable games that are here. If you can beat the Steelers, you start to build some confidence, and maybe you do showcase that you're a much more competitive team. It's not written in the stars. That's what makes this so crazy or so fun to me, is the idea that this early on, these Stefanski detractors have already, or the Stefanski supporters have already flipped to being detractors, and they have written it.
I mean, there are still Watson supporters. I would imagine there's still Stefanski supporters out there.
No, there's got to be. There's got to. What do you think that number is right now if we did like an approval rating of Stefanski in the city?
12.
12?
In the city. I didn't talk about the burbs. I know, it's the D response.
Okay.
The D response.
This is like, what's Tua's record in cold weather in 32 degrees?
Well, no, that's different.
I don't know, Nick.
The difference between 45 degrees and 32 degrees.
Yeah.
I'm talking freezing temperatures. Not 45 degrees in Cleveland. That's a walk in a park.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very nice. 45?
Give me 45 degrees in January, and I'm a very happy man.
Man, 45 sounds miserable. We're looking at
now.
Yeah, it sounds very miserable.
Yeah, but once you get to 32, you're like, man, I get a tropical 45.
It's miserable for Tua as well. Might be miserable for Dillon Gabriel. We don't know.
Timu Tua. Albert Breer coming up at 5:20, but the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Varsity Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Go around the AFC North, Wednesday morning at 8. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming up in about 20 minutes here. We'll ask him about the Joe Flacco trade. What does this mean for the quarterbacks not named Dillon Gabriel in the Browns roster, and Kevin Stefanski's job security? It's that time of the season. It's incredibly early, but it's that time of the season. But let's go ahead and get the lead. Obviously, the big news of the day, Joe Flacco and a 6th-round pick traded to Cincinnati for a 5th-round pick. That begs the question, what now at quarterback? Tom Pelissero was on the Rich Eisen show and answered thusly.
Well, starting off on Deshaun Watson, he's coming back from 2 Achilles tears. That's a very long rehab process. Obviously, he's been documenting that on his social media. I have not gotten the sense that anything is imminent in terms of Deshaun Watson getting back on the field. Bailey Zappe's in his 2nd run now on Cleveland's practice squad. But this does really clear the space now that for everybody saying, why isn't Shedeur Sanders the number 2 quarterback? Well, now here it is, and the expectation would be that he is going to be the one who backs up Dillon Gabriel starting this week, for the Browns. So, with Shedeur Sanders, I know a lot's been made. What are they doing with, having Shedeur and saying that he's going to play eventually? That's always been the plan. Jimmy Haslam flat out said it in training camp, which is they want to see both these guys figure out what they have. And then as we get toward next year and the fact they've got 2 first-round picks, you at least know, do we think we have something that we can work with here?
Okay, this is good. This is a better step in the direction than what we were talking about at maybe 2:40 and into the 3 o'clock hour.
Where we had both heard that it was going to be Dillon, then Bailey Zappe as the number 2 quarterback, and Deshaun as the 3rd quarterback.
Yeah, that was illogical. Yeah. Didn't love that. No part of me was on board with
we
even
both
thinking that.
Down.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, you started it, and then I followed it up, and it's what happened. But that reads correct to me. That makes more sense to me, and how this whole operation should have gone down to begin with.
I still, we're at the part of this where it's like, I'll believe it when I see it.
For sure.
Why? Because it's the Browns. And it does feel like we're entering a volatile time where I think we're finally at the point where, all right, is Kevin making decisions? Is Andrew Berry making decisions? Is Jimmy Haslam making decisions? We're going to start to get to, that's where we are right now with Joe Flacco trade and when Shedeur plays. The only thing I don't like about this is that they now can't claim that Shedeur earned it. Right? Like, we were so comfortable trading Joe because Shedeur had done the work. It's like, okay. All right. It just feels like you got a trade you felt like you couldn't pass up for Joe. And maybe Shedeur's been ready the whole time and you've been sandbagging people.
I've just removed Joe so far from this equation. Because Joe wasn't seeing the field, again, in my opinion, in a Browns uniform. And the thoughts I have entering today before the trade are the same thoughts I have after the trade in regards to how the quarterback room is basically how it's drawn up. Like no part of that's changed for me. What has changed for me though is how Joe Flacco looks in Cincinnati. That I think is going to be very interesting to keep an eye on. But as far as how the quarterback room shakes out and how these guys eventually play, like Flacco didn't dictate that one way or another for myself.
So yes, how Joe Flacco looks in Cincinnati as soon as this weekend against Green Bay, very interesting. May also point out how Shedeur looks if Dillon gets injured at any point in the next week or two. Once you get a couple weeks out, the narrative will change. But if Shedeur really is the backup and Dillon gets hurt and then Shedeur looks really, really bad,
What do we give him
bad look for the Browns.
Do we give him the old Peterlin pass if he comes in like the 3rd quarter or something like that?
I think you will.
And just stinks up the joint because
I don't think anyone else is going to hand out the
Browns themselves they said they want to give him the whole week to figure it all out and do all that. I'll tell you right now, there will be no Peterlin pass given if he stinks up the joint coming in relief and looks like he doesn't have a clue. No Peterlin pass. No Peterlin pass. That's if he went to the CFL. That's not fair, and you know that. Hey, maybe he ends up playing for playing for Jimmy Haslam in Columbus with that new team that he's got figured out, right?
Although that's a UFL. That's several steps below the CFL.
That's where I would have sent Joe Flacco, actually.
Yeah.
Instead of Cincinnati, I would have sent him there to Columbus to play for that team. No, there's no excuses. Like, Shedeur, it's no surprise. If you're the backup quarterback, you have to be ready. We're not going to DTR this one where you're like, I was shocked to find out at 9:30 I'd be playing in the... No. You're the NFL backup. Your job is to always be ready now. You have to prepare every game as if you're going to actually see the field. You cannot be shocked by this one.
Although I continue, there's a lot of Browns fans really, I'm going to say again, really buying into the idea that Joe is going to fail in Cincinnati and that somehow he's walking into a worse situation because their offensive line is, in their opinion, worse. And it's like, the Browns have given up 11 sacks this season. Like, the Bengals have given up 15. They're both bad.
They're both bad.
I don't know that the Bengals offensive line is worse. And oh, by the way, the Vikings have given up 21. The Titans have given up 19 sacks. The Chargers and Patriots 17. If I give Joe a 25% chance of actually keeping them competitive.
Do you want me just to use I can use PFF pass blocking grades if you want to use that. We can use that as a measurement. The Bengals are 29th and the Browns are 30th. So in an interesting way.
So it's going to a better offensive line.
Well, it's all things. Now the run blocking is just miserable for the Bengals. They're dead last, but it's not as if the Browns are anywhere better here. So yeah, he was already in a world of pain with the Browns as it was with the offensive line. This is not too far away. In his media availability, Deion Sanders was asked about the Joe Flacco trade and how it impacts his son Shedeur.
Yeah, I got that text during practice.
We're just wondering what your reaction is.
I don't give a damn about the Browns at all. I care about the Colorado Buffaloes. I do love me some Shedeur Sanders, don't believe that. I care about him. The rest of that mess, I don't, okay? I'm a coach trying to win just like they're trying to win games, but I could care less of who they traded. I'm pretty sure Pac is going to get on his podcast and do what he does and break it down to you and for you. Ain't you, Pac?
He didn't say bull junk in there, and I really like when Deion says bull junk, but you can sure read, I don't care about the Cleveland Browns in a certain light considering his son is on the team.
Called you a mess.
Yeah.
I love the comments we got.
Well, they did say they were trying to win, which I don't believe anymore.
Yeah, I love the comments we got earlier. It's like, Deion, all these people basically clapping back at the idea that it's like, no, Deion cares. It's like, he called your team a mess.
He meant it in a nice way.
Yeah, there's
what a mess.
There's no delicate way to put that. There was nothing kind about that. And I don't think Deion has to be kind to the Browns. I need to make that abundantly clear as well too. Deion's done with the Browns. That's fine. If Shedeur starts to be the starting quarterback for the Browns, I bet he'll care a little bit more about the Browns' success, and that's an okay spot for Deion to be in.
Also, he'll care more about the Browns when he's their head coach next year.
He had a 4-hour procedure today to try to help with the blood clots that he was having. Mm-hmm. It's kind of wild. They had him do a press conference and try to do his whole. I get it. It's his job. You got to get ready for the week and everything. 4-hour medical procedure. Oh, jeez.
I just hope he clears it up before January when he's named the Browns' new head coach. Former Browns offensive lineman John Greco. You're not even taking the bait? Twice. I tried to rage bait you.
Yeah, no. It's very obvious with Shedeur when you try to rage bait me. So I've become numb.
I can be better. I will be better.
Well, you said it, and I actually, a smile came over my face. You thought you hurt me. That was a little smile that came over my face.
John Greco joined the Morning Boys today, and he was asked if Dillon Gabriel will start the rest of the season.
If I was in Vegas, I would not bet on that. I hope he does. There's so much of this season left, and there's so much pressure already. People are so angry at me because I don't want Shedeur Sanders in there right now, and I'm excited about him. I want to see him in there, but I don't want to see him in there as a result of another guy playing poorly or the offense not executing. My God, we're already. I hear people already talking about next year and firing the coach. That sucks. It's October 7th. I wasn't joking about Deshaun Watson. People can like that or hate it, but I would bet that in Vegas that he's going to start at some point this season.
Wonder what odds Vegas would give you right now on Deshaun Watson starting a Browns game.
I bet you it can't be great. Really?
Yeah, it can't be great.
The Browns are almost guaranteed to play 3 quarterbacks this year.
Yeah, but
you're
not
traded the incumbent. The backup had an okay game on Sunday. And it's Cleveland.
Are we looking at like plus 300, somewhere in that range? Like, I'd be interested to know.
Shut up and take my money.
This is where so you think he's going to play for sure then?
Yeah, I would dare say, you know what? I'm gonna do it. Lock it in. He's playing this year.
Deshaun Watson is playing this year.
Lock it in. There is nothing Dillon Gabriel can do.
That is a cold, hard lock.
Pew, 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 pew. You gave the slow start in pew-pews. I would lock it in.
Really?
I would guarantee, at worst, it'll be week 18. But yes, unless Dillon... No, I'm not doing any conditions.
I'm still not convinced.
I guarantee Shedeur Sanders will start a game for the Browns this year.
Shedeur or Deshaun? Who are we talking about?
I don't know
I said
anymore.
Deshaun the entire time.
You did?
Yes. Man, something's happening with your brain with Deshaun and Shedeur.
I'm just not hearing...
Something's happening.
I just
and I'm not
refuse
loving
to
what's
hear...
happening.
I know it's not about Shedeur. I promise you. I'm not linking them together.
Something's happening.
It's just I'm replacing Deshaun with Shedeur within my ears because I don't want to hear Deshaun. It's very intense.
Mac, what's happening with his brain here, with the crisscross that's happening?
I just don't think his brain's firing right.
Pew, 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 pew. That's pretty funny.
Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin spoke with the media today. When asked about Dillon Gabriel, he said that the rookie has a superpower.
This guy's a unique rookie. First of all, he's 25 years old, Hawaii native. He's a year older than Herbert, to put perspective on it. He's a 6-year college player. He threw for over 18,000 yards in college, 155 touchdowns, 32 interceptions in terms of a TD to interception ratio. And so I think that in-helmet perspective, you can't put a price tag on. He also threw for 10,000 plus yards in high school. He is a rookie, new to the National Football League, but this guy's thrown the football around a lot. He's older and more experienced than most rookies. I think timely processing is his superpower, and I think his experience and that superpower has been on display. And I think those are one of the central reasons why they went to him.
Why is Mike Tomlin like Rain Man with Dillon Gabriel?
Well, so there was it just read like he was reading off his bio, though.
Yes.
He's from Hawaii. Has thrown for 10,000. Like, what was that? That
lost his virginity at age 16. I'm like, man, this dude knows a lot about Dillon Gabriel.
That would have been in depth. This was just like boilerplate. I'm on ESPN.com, and this is what they have to say about it. And also, he came up with the superpower thing. That was basically just an offshoot of everything that everyone's written about Dillon Gabriel and the supercomputer processing. That's all that was. That was him. He mentioned the processing being a superpower. Congratulations, Tomlin. You've read a couple articles on the internet. Like, that's all you've done for me. And also, on Tomlin Tuesdays, we know who he likes based off of who he refers to as Mr. He calls Myles Garrett Mr. Garrett. That is the highest praise that Mike Tomlin can offer up. He did not do that for Dillon Gabriel, as he shouldn't have. And so I think this was all just whatever.
Also, if Mike Tomlin is giving Dillon Gabriel big send-up, you'd feel even worse about it because that guy cannot pick a quarterback to save his damn life. I don't know why I pointed Mac again. Guardians president of baseball operations, Chris Antonetti, spoke with the media today. He reflected on Cleveland's 2025 season.
Well, as a starting point, we didn't accomplish what we set out to do, which is to win a World Series. So inevitably, there is some level of disappointment. But once we're able to get past that, I do think there's a lot to be proud of. The resilience that this group showed throughout the course of the season, the way we were able to battle back from a historic deficit to come together to win the American League Central is an extraordinary accomplishment.
I did not take. I did not listen to the press conference. I don't know. Mac, did you happen to listen to it at all or no? I was curious to know if anybody asked him about the J-Ram conversation that's been floating around, even if the conversation was taped in March.
I don't know. I honestly didn't even know it was happening today, which is not a great sign.
I mean, I heard it in the updates, and so I knew it was going on, but it was only because of the updates.
I actually give them credit for putting it on a Tuesday, which is it's the one day you're not going to be competing against the NFL, which is exactly why it would have made sense for LeBron to announce he was retiring today at noon.
I don't think they look at this as... I think they looked at this season as a positive.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's why you put it... If you Tuesdays at noon is not the place you put high-profile press conferences. If
What's
you
the
want
time?
people to talk about your stuff, you put it prime time. Okay. LeBron should have put it prime time if it is actually something of substance.
Release news
that was the first tip-off
every day
that something was
during
amok.
the day.
That it was obviously going to be an Amazon Prime
so it's
ad,
gonna be Tuesday
or it was going to be
at 9
for Hennessy.
p.m.?
Tuesday at noon.
It's going to put it against Friends reruns?
Tuesday at noon is... Yeah, that's what you're competing against.
AP
Maury.
Bio's got new episodes on Mondays at 9, but look out.
Yeah, because LeBron is going to be like Tuesday at noon. That's what I'm going to tell the world. When was the first decision?
He could literally tell it.
When was the first decision?
At night.
Yeah, not Tuesday at noon.
Yeah, because you mean before he became this version of LeBron? Albert Breer MMQB in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. 5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call Victor's Home Solutions right now, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. Victor's has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates for a limited time, Victor's is offering 5 years no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So, if you do need a new roof, don't stress.
Tigers are tied 1-1, and the Blue Jays look to close it out against the Yankees, leading that series 2-0. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We're working on getting Albert Breer here pretty quickly. I threw this out, though, in the pre-show. We weren't going to talk about it, but I'll be curious to see what Albert Breer says when we get him on here. Mm-hmm. Given that Joe Flacco got dealt from the Browns to the Bengals today, one of the things that popped into my head was just a question of whose seat is hotter right now, Zach Taylor or Kevin Stefanski. Where would you go if we were starting to have that conversation?
I think it's Stefanski. Listen, there's a world out there where Joe Flacco wins 50% of his games the way that you can expect an NFL backup to, and Joe Burrow still gets into the playoffs. Like, Joe Burrow picks it up in December, and then you're off to the races. Whereas with Stefanski, Nick, we're not seeing this wrong. The season we're 5 weeks in, and there's no chance of playoffs on the horizon or anything close to competitive football on the horizon.
Yeah, like if you said right now, who do I think is more likely to be fired by the end of the season or at the end of the season, Kevin or Zach Taylor? I'd still lean Kevin. I think they're in a similar boat for this reason, though. I think both guys are trying not to lose the locker room. I think Kevin, with Sunday's loss, really dented his ability to sell his message, to sell his plan to win every week and be competitive with the way he handled that game, because they know he lost that game. I think Joe is kind of a meat shield for Zach Taylor in that because Joe's just so impossibly driven to win, and Joe, I think, is a legitimately good leader, even I think he's a bit of a psychopath, because I think he's a legitimately good leader and does things that a leader needs to do. I think that's allowed Zach to kind of just be Zach Taylor, whatever the hell that means.
Why do you think Joe's a psychopath?
Because he does the stuff that Brady did, screaming at people, and you'll be up by 30 points, and he's pissed that you're not up by 35 points.
He's very intense. He's very intense.
But I think that allows Zach to be, again, it's like the Baker-Kevin Stefanski thing. I think Kevin never realized that Baker, in all of Baker's leadership and bravado and swagger, would have allowed Kevin just to be Kevin. I think Kevin likes to just do Kevin's thing, not be the most boisterous leader in the world, and I don't think Kevin realized he needed that. I think he even lost it more with AVP and Bill Callahan going the way of the dodo as well. I think Joe's a great meat shield for Zach Taylor, and I don't know if you heard some of the comments coming out of that Bengals locker room. Jamar Chase saying,
but Jamar, that was like white noise for me at this point. I want to give credence to it. And oddly enough, we have not seen any Browns players come out and speak negatively on Stefanski anywhere close to what you heard with Jamar Chase there. But Jamar's just become white noise. He speaks on everyone. Hell, I've referenced a million times him going up to Joe in the locker room, Burrow that is, and talking trash to him. Like that man just talks. I don't think anyone takes him serious.
I think after three straight. I think the Bengals do. And so let me put this. I don't know that for certain. I shouldn't say that I know that. I just think it's early to get this chirpy and this chippy from the Bengals side of things. And now the truth is, I think Joe Flacco can go in there and at least keep you competitive, which might stave off to the point you do get to Burrow. But I'd actually probably lean Zach Taylor. It's funny, I do not hear people giving him the pass this year, even though Joe Burrow is injured, and I think that's interesting.
I think we're going to get there.
Juxtaposed to everything else we got.
I do think we're going to get there. People look at it as 3 straight seasons where you had 2 out of the 3 injuries to Joe Burrow, and then obviously sandwiched in between that a really great season from Joe Burrow, but no defense at all. Like, if anybody's going to get you didn't have the defensive weapons, and really, it's funny because it really is a battle of which ownership do you want to blame the most? Like, part of the reason why I think Zach Taylor will be here next year is because the Bengals are too cheap. His contract goes through 2026 at $4.5 million per year. They're too cheap to fire him before his contract runs out.
That has been the case, but Mike Brown has fired head coaches before. Now, in fairness, they weren't making millions of dollars at that time. But we're still working on getting Albert Breer here, 216-474-0092. Whose seat is hotter right at the moment? the Zach Taylor or Kevin Stefanski. I think with Stefanski, I do think the bar is lower for him. Like, there is a part of me that still believes, in his heart of heart, I don't think Jimmy wants to fire Kevin Stefanski.
No, not at all.
But I think that's what makes things like today. Like, I do think taking a quality veteran out of that locker room in Joe Flacco for a pick swap that is tantamount to like a 6th-round pick, when you get to like the actual value of what you picked up going from Detroit's 6th-rounder to Cincy's 5th, I think you did make Kevin Stefanski's job just a skosh harder today.
Well, I think the argument Stefanski would have in return, and the clapback on that would be, you've made my job really hard over the previous 2 years. He's kind of signed up for that. That's kind of been his lot right now, and it will be until at least the end of this season, and then you try to build forward. I'm telling you, there had to have been, and we've seen it reported in places that basically every reporter that has some sort of suggests that Stefanski and Barry have this long runway to get this corrected, to get this right. And I refuse to actually believe it. I really do. But they operate, Nick, every single day in, day out as if they have that long runway. They really do.
All right. So there's actually a part of this I want to get to. Again, we'll see if we can get Albert here shortly. Do you look at the Flacco trade is officially turning the page on trying to win this season?
I don't, because again, Flacco, the moment you benched Flacco, I was done with Flacco ever entering any conversations ever again, essentially.
So the reason why I think it matters is because of the message it sends to the locker room. I think it's very, very hard. You've got a lot of veterans
still playing. Wasn't that already sent the moment that Joe Flacco stopped being your quarterback to begin with anyway?
No, because you can still sell the idea that Joe could go back out there, even if guys like you and me can see the forest from the trees.
I mean, he was one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL for the first 4 weeks of the season.
But you know how players work. They're different than you and me. You and me are looking at the now. We're looking at tomorrow. We're looking at 4 weeks from now. That's not how your average player looks at it. Players are day-to-day, moment-to-moment. And having Joe Flacco in that locker room, there was the credible threat that at some point, if Dylan Gabriel doesn't do the damn thing, you can go back to Joe. Today, that is taken all the way out of the equation.
But I just think it got to be so bad that I don't think the players wanted to go back to Joe. I think it would have been
that. I don't know. I think there's still a lot of guys in that locker room who like Joe,
especially
even
after, look at this last week. Like David Njoku, who was doing videos with Joe Flacco and was posting all this stuff and being supportive of Joe Flacco. He got 1 week with Dylan Gabriel and was like, "Oh wow, I get the ball a lot more with this guy. I make an impact on this offense a lot more with this guy.
I get to hurdle a guy and then celebrate on like a 5-year completion
and instantly get tackled the moment he got done hurdling, but then stood up as if he had basically jumped over the moon."
Can we just say, because we haven't talked about it yet,
that was funny.
Because I said it was cool too. I thought it was the most David Njoku thing ever. To mime to the crowd, to really like ham it up to the crowd.
I love it.
No, I laughed.
I love every second
very
of it.
hard, but he treated that like that was a 30-yard completion after the hurdling, when in fact it was an immediate going out of bounds.
Every time he touched the ball on Sunday, I thought to myself, this one could go for 30 though. Like he was just the way he was playing in that game. I loved it.
I think you're David Njoku honk.
What is the side? Of course, I'm a David Njoku honk.
With love and respect, I love David.
I'm an admitted David Njoku honk, but he was the best part of the offense outside of Judkins.
At no points, I think,
on Sunday.
Any chance he gets the ball, he's going to go for 30.
Oh,
I never thought that.
Especially in the final,
he runs like a left tackle.
In the final drive that the Browns had, when you're up with 3:26 left on the clock in the fourth, as everyone's like, "Oh, draw run play." I'm like, okay, fine, but get the ball to Njoku. We'll get a first down. In my head, I'm like, how do you get a first down in this game? It's with Njoku.
All right, first down, yes.
That's how good he was looking.
30 yards, 30-yard completion is a little much for me. Little rich for my blood.
Or should I have said 17?
9.
9
would have been a good one.
Would have been good.
But with the Joe Flacco trade, with all the many things to talk about, we head out to the fan hotline and welcome in our buddy, our pal, our buckaroo there. I don't know if that last one's good.
Buckaroo.
I don't know. Albert Breer of the MMQB joins us. What's up, buddy?
Jeez, that was a weird one. It's been a long show, I guess.
It has been a long show. Yeah. I mean, we had a whole nice show planned, and then the Flacco trade happened, and then we've been doing a different show all day long. Were you surprised at the Flacco trade?
I'm not surprised that Cincinnati went and got a quarterback. I am surprised that Cleveland traded them that quarterback, if that makes sense. So, I mean, you can dig into that and speculate. And, I think, Joe's season, as far as like being on the field, was probably over anyway. It's just interesting when, you know, a team helps another team in its own division that way. And, I mean, you can read into that whatever you want. You know, it's either, you know, eventually that roster spot goes to Deshaun Watson. Maybe they want to, you know, take a look at Bailey Zappi at some point and pull him up. There are a zillion different things. But, I mean, I think the first thing that crosses your mind when you see something like that is, well, that probably means Cleveland thinks that Joe Flacco is not going to hurt them with the Bengals, which maybe Joe can file that one away for when they play.
Wait, was there any part of this deal where the Browns are going to come back around and say, well, we did it because we wanted to do right by Joe?
I think that's, yeah, I mean, I think that there's part of that. You know, like I honestly think that there's a lot of love for Joe in that building, regardless of where they're at on him as a player. Because as you guys know, those can be two different things, right? Like where you're at with the person and then where you're at with the player. You know, I could certainly see like a scenario where, you know, they say, well, we saw an opportunity for Joe to get on the field and this is going to allow for it to happen. It's still in division though, you know, and so like that part of it it's just an interesting twist, I would say.
Albert, who starts more games for the Browns this season, Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson?
Wow, that's a great question. I don't know. I you know, like as weird as this whole quarterback situation is, it has been, and I haven't checked in, but I know there was a thought that Deshaun was going to get cleared at one point, like it was going to be late October, early November. I don't know if that's still the rough timeline that they're working on. Again, I haven't checked in on that in a while, but I mean, if Deshaun gets back into the practice setting, I think there's a pretty decent chance that like it starts to show up in practice. Like he looks like he might be the best option. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, so you do see a path where it would go Gabriel into Deshaun, and what happens to Shedeur then? Is Shedeur just?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like I felt this way all along, right? Like so. I mean, let's just take Shedeur Sanders' last name out of it. All right, like who does the Browns franchise have more invested in? Who does the Browns franchise have a better chance of getting it right long term with? I think it's still Deshaun Watson. Like, and maybe that's just me being a prisoner of what happened from 2017 to 2020, where you know he had grown into being one of the best quarterbacks in football. And remember, like in 2020, he did it on a bad team. You know what I mean? Like he was sort of the shining star in a really tough situation there. You know, at the end of the Bill O'Brien era in Houston. So I don't know. I mean, like I know there's been a feeling like how locked in has Deshaun been? You know, where's his head at for all this? How did everything over the last few years, regardless of what you think about him personally, how did that affect him as a player? Yeah, I think all of that, like, it's valid to look at it. And I don't know. I mean, like, is there a chance he comes back as it comes back, different and motivated? I think it's possible, and here's the thing, guys. If I asked you right now, who's got a better chance of being a really good NFL quarterback 3 years from now, Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders, how would you answer that?
I'd say Shedeur.
I'd say Shedeur too. I think Deshaun is all the way washed.
Yeah, and he's very injured. He just even if you take the playing aside, he just gets injured all the time.
Okay, you think he's done? I mean, I just think it's like we have so much proof that Deshaun can play at a high level in the NFL, and we have a zero that Shedeur can do it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, like I still have that in my head. Like they got to pay him for next year anyway. So do you want to get a more firm answer on what he is as a player at this point before you decide whether or not you want to just pay him $46 million to go away? It's a really, really interesting question. I mean, I don't know. Like if I'm the Browns and he all of a sudden looks like awesome in practice for a couple of weeks, I'm tempted to see what he looks like on the game field, especially when you're in this sort of transitional year where you can kind of take a free look at whoever you want, at least down the stretch when, presuming they're eliminated from any realistic shot at the playoffs at some point in November, December.
Albert, I want to ask you about, we played a clip with Bruce Arians earlier today, and he had said the whole coaching world had basically turned on Stefanski, and when asked why, he was like, well, he just didn't win enough games. From people you talk to across the league, have they turned on Kevin Stefanski?
Wait, say who's turned on Stefanski? The players?
No, the coaches, coaches across the league. According to Bruce Arians, when they talk about Stefanski, they just don't talk about him the same way, and they've turned on the idea that he's some great quarterbacks coach, etc. He feels like the wins have gotten in the way of anything that was good for Stefanski.
I don't get the sense that I don't know. I mean, BA knows a lot of people, and BA's been around forever, so I wouldn't want to contradict anything he's saying. I mean, the coaching community can be close-knit and also kind of petty at the same time. You know what I mean? You guys, you probably wouldn't be surprised to see some of the comments that get made when somebody else fails, Mm-hmm. That's pretty common. And there are cases where, a guy will get built up to be something. And then, for example, I'll give you a good example. Chris Ballard, who's really well respected among scouts in the NFL, I think people on that side of the business felt like he was too media friendly, and that the media built him up to be a great general manager when he hadn't accomplished much. Then the Andrew Luck thing happens, right? And so, I know a lot of personnel people that would get after me and be like, well, why aren't you going after Chris Ballard? How long does the Andrew Luck crutch, how long does he get that for, And I can see where maybe that exists a little bit with Kevin, where, if they feel like somebody's getting some more rope than a guy normally would, for whatever reason it is, they'll pounce on it. Maybe it's something like that.
Albert, right now, would you put money on Dillon Gabriel starting the entire rest of the season for the Browns?
I think he's going to play well, guys. I don't know. Didn't you guys think he looked good on Sunday?
I think we used adequate and acceptable.
Yeah, I said acceptable.
All right. So, do you look at him? I may have used this comp with you guys before. Do you guys look at him and think he could be Chase Daniel for the next 15 years?
I kind of thought like a lefty Colt McCoy, but yeah, same vein.
Okay. So, that's my thing is, if he can at least get you to a point where Jerry Jeudy's got a chance to make plays, Harold Fannon's got a chance to make plays, you can do some stuff with Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson out of the backfield. If he gets you to a place where you can, really kind of keep your young players growing, keep guys locked in, that's valuable, And so, I just think, seeing how far Dillon Gabriel can take you is a piece of this, and evaluating is a piece of this, but there's also the fact that you got to evaluate the other 10 guys in the huddle, right? So, do I think there will come a point when they want to look at Shedeur? Probably. Yeah, I think there probably is. But do I think it's going to come at the cost of Jerry Jeudy performing, or Harold Fannin performing, or David Njoku performing? Do I think it's going to come at that cost, where it's going to be a detriment to everybody else being able to do their job for a 4 or a 5 or a 6-game stretch? Probably not. I don't think a coach can do that. So, that's sort of, I think, Shedeur in his development is gonna have to prove to the coach in the practice setting that he can get to that level, and I think that's when they take a look at him.
Albert, we saw you tweeting out just earlier in the week about just how great the other draft picks on this team are and how they've looked, and obviously you're highlighting Judkins and Graham and Schlesinger and all of these guys. Has it been enough of a class to really be redemptive for Andrew Berry?
I think so. Yeah, look, there's a lot of pressure on those guys, right? Because they still have the Bunts and the Deshaun Watson trade on their hands, and they gave up 3 first-round picks, and there's an effect to that. And, the reality is they're feeling the effect of that now. That's not something that you just feel in the moment. Those first-round picks would be, I believe, it'd be second, third, and fourth-year players now, right? So, those would be guys who, would be big-time contributors on your team if you hit on them, and they would be doing it at a reasonable price, which would allow you to build your team more aggressively. So you lost that, over 3 years, and that means the path to rebuilding has gotten a little bit more narrow. And so, this does look like a really good class. And look, I think that, playing a lot of snaps as a rookie is one thing. Developing into a guy that your team really wants to re-sign, 2.5 years down the line, that's something different. So they haven't arrived, but the start is very, very promising. And I think Bannon looks like a legitimate weapon. Judkins looks to me like the type of, bat that you can build a run game around. Graham and Schlesinger look like foundational pieces on a defense to me. So, I just named 4 guys there, right? Is that 5? 4. 4 guys there, right? Mm-hmm. And then, you throw Dylan Sampson in, you throw Dylan Gabriel in, now you're up to 6. That's a good draft class. And you have 2 first-round picks next year to work with, which, is part of the whole equation when you were trading out of the second pick.
Albert, how is the NFL world reacting to Bill Belichick falling flat on his face through the first 5-6 games of UNC's season?
You heard what I just said, Nick, about people sending snide texts to each other and everything else?
Yes.
Let's just say that network is on fire right now. It's hard to believe how bad it's gotten. The crazy thing about it, guys, is he's not dumb. He's a good football coach. I refuse to believe that our eyes were lying to us in every single way over the last 2.5 decades. So it's just he can't get out of his own way. And I do think part of it is the infrastructure he had in New England for so long. Whether the types of guys he had in the locker room, Brady was obviously a massive part of their success and allowed them to do things a certain way. It wasn't just how great a player Brady was either. It was how you could coach Brady hard and how Brady had his foot on the pedal more than anybody else. The example he set, the leeway that Brady gave them to coach everyone hard, the value of that was off the charts for Belichick. And then there were people in that building, and it isn't even just the assistant coaches and the front office people, some of the support staff that have been with him forever that's not there in North Carolina. Ernie Adams was one of those, of course, and he wasn't there at the end in New England, but he had been there. Bears Najarian is at Boston College with Bill O'Brien now. He was his chief of staff. He kind of kept them organized. I think you're seeing there were a lot of things in New England that were helping Bill focus on what he was really good at. And, I think you can really see that some of those gaps haven't been filled in with what he's got down in North Carolina.
Albert, we got a boogie, but great stuff as always. Appreciate you.
Sorry for the lateness there, guys. I think I owe you 6 or 7 minutes. Is that right?
We'll make it good in time. Don't worry. we always take up about 20 minutes of your time. We'll get there.
Thank you, Albert.
Awesome. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Albert Breer on the Fan Hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about the Browns, Stefanski, and the QB situation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
From the it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
Listen, we got to come through bottom line in that down and distance, or in that situation, those sets of sticks, and we did not.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
As weird as this whole quarterback situation is and has been, and I haven't checked in, but I know there was a thought that Deshaun was going to get cleared at one point, like it was going to be late October, early November. I don't know if that's still the rough timeline that they're working on. Again, I haven't checked in on that in a while, but I mean, if Deshaun gets back into the practice setting, I think there's a pretty decent chance that like it starts to show up in practice. Like he looks like he might be the best option. So we'll see what happens. And I felt this way all along, right? Like so. I mean, let's just take Shedeur Sanders' last name out of it, all right? Like, who does the Browns franchise have more invested in? Who does the Browns franchise have a better chance of getting it right long-term with? I think it's still Deshaun Watson.
That was Albert Breer in the previous segment giving us his take on, well, who starts more games, Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson? I will say I'm pretty confident that if we polled most Browns fans, I would say 80% or higher would say Shedeur will have a better next 3 years over Deshaun Watson.
What is interesting, I mean, you were very emphatically like Shedeur, but Albert said it for a reason. And Albert, I'll give him this. He's been very consistent. He's not wrong. He's been very consistent about the idea that he still thinks that if Deshaun Watson is healthy, he will look like the best quarterback on the roster. And I just have a hard time with that, Nick. It's not even just the playing. It's if you throw him out there, I can't trust him to stay on the field. He gets injured too much.
I also struggle with the idea of he's looked good in practice. He looks like an Olympian in practice.
Yeah,
and then he gets on the field.
The way he did the very first year he was here. And I remember going to the practices against Jacoby Brissett. And I've said it once, I've said it a million times. He made Jacoby Brissett look like a high school quarterback.
Yep. And then he looked like a high school quarterback for the next 3 years. And I don't know. So that was something that I struggled with. The other one is I don't like this. I understand that the backup quarterback has grown in prominence and the importance of the backup quarterback. You need two quarterbacks now because it's 17 games, although the game has gotten way less physical. But I understand the idea that you need two good quarterbacks on your roster. But the idea that the Dillon Gabriel pick is a success if he's a 10-year backup in the NFL, no. He was the 92nd pick in the draft, drafted around guys who are either already starting or will be starting players within the next 2 years. If Dillon's not a long-term starter in the NFL, it's a top 100 pick. It's a failure.
Yeah, elite teams even have a hard time being like, this is our luxury selection of a top 100 pick being the backup quarterback. Yes. They're the ones that get to consider it, and even they have a hard time with that if that's what they are, in fact, drafting somebody for.
What kills me about that is like Tyler Huntley was a undrafted free agent. He backed up Lamar for 4 years, right? Like you go across the NFL, yeah, you might have a developmental guy behind an established veteran, but like Mitch Trubisky's making $4 million or $6 million to back up Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Like that's what a backup is now. A backup should be either a developmental piece, meaning a guy you think might be able to start or something close to it, or at least be a good, controllable backup for 3 to 4 years, and again, shouldn't be a top 100 pick, or it should be a guy that's just failed as a starter enough times that he's got enough starts under his belt that you can trust in a short-term spot.
I mean, maybe I got the idea wrong. I thought we were trying to throw darts at the dartboard in many respects and giving us as many chances to even just stumble into having a franchise quarterback. Not just
franchise quarterback, not just quarterback.
Not just quarterback. Not just somebody that we can talk about for the next 10 years backing up the guy we actually want to have be the quarterback.
So 216-474-0092. Dillon Gabriel is a success for the Browns if he ends up being a backup, the likelihood he's going to be a backup in Cleveland with how they treat quarterbacks that start and then don't end up taking the starting job long term. Those guys almost always are on a new team within the next year or two.
Yeah.
And then two, like,
what
a weird thing to say. Like, well, it's a good pick if he ends up being a backup for 10 years for somebody else.
So here's the unfortunate part of this, right? Like, remember last year with DTR when you lost the final 3 games? It was like, we're done with DTR because he was so bad and you lost the games that you did. You can't possibly keep him on the roster anymore. There is a chance if they drafted Dillon Gabriel to be this long-term career backup quarterback, that you can implode any belief of that being reality if he goes out there and goes 0-5. If he goes out there and loses to a team like the Titans, let's say, and has some really bad games in there, then you can't even sell people on the idea that your backup quarterback is worth anything because he will have shown that you can't rely on him.
What is the goal with Dillon Gabriel? Is it to be a long-term backup? Even saying it just feels really weird for me. And the coaching update you didn't want in Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get 300 bonus bets if you win. It's pretty simple. Pick a bet 5.
finish that series out. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. So the Cleveland coaching news that nobody wants. We're not going to spend the full segment on this, but Zach Meisel tweeted out about 2 hours ago that the Guardians are expecting their entire coaching staff back, but there could be some guys getting managerial interviews. I'm thinking of a fella named Craig Albernaz, Kai Correa also, or Kai Correa being one of those as well. But I would say the thing that pretty much every single Guardians fan cares about, that Carl Willis will take some time to mull his future.
Yeah. Offer him the bag, offer him whatever you need to offer him. You can't let him go.
Okay, what if he's like, well, can you like give me more talent to work with?
Yeah, that might be the non-negotiable. Like part
of
his
spend
skill
like
set,
$20 million on a hitter so my pitchers have a chance.
So part of his skill set is, like we always say, like, oh, Stefanski, quarterback whisperer, and that's been debunked. But like we do give credit to other people, like Shanahan, for instance. Jimmy Garoppolo to the Super Bowl, Brock Purdy to the Super Bowl. He's made McCorkle Jones, your guy, into a legit player, at least for 1 week. Carl Willis' superpower is he takes just about any pitcher and turns him into something.
Yeah, or something better than what he was.
He gets the most out of these guys. At least put it that way.
Brad Goldberg made Matt Festa serviceable. And you have to understand, Matt Festa was a scrub. He was Enyel De Los Santos before Enyel De Los Santos came to Cleveland and was good. Where has Enyel De Los Santos been since Cleveland? No bueno.
I mean, we had a season where Ortiz ended up going away, and all of a sudden we're like, well, geez, we're just screwed. And then it turned into pitcher after pitcher that we were able to get something out of. Slade Ciccone, Parker Messick, all these guys. Yes, Carl, you might be part of the secret sauce.
So we've got some calls on the Dylan Gabriel stuff. But the question we threw out for old DG there is, what's the plan or what's the goal with Dylan Gabriel?
I'm going to let the record show, by the way. I didn't want to acknowledge the no bueno thing.
The no bueno?
Yeah.
But I threw a little...
You had some zest to it.
I did. I'm very zesty, as the kids would say.
Is that what they say? No bueno.
I thought it was muy bien.
¿Y tú?
Yeah. I took 2 years. 2 years of Spanish in high school. How many did you take?
3.
Yeah, it's the funniest thing.
Spanish one.
I feel like for some reason everyone always wants to none of us remember any of it.
Yeah,
like we
remember some of it.
Like 7 words maybe.
Yeah, ¿de dónde está la biblioteca?
That's only because of Parks and wait, no, that wasn't Parks and Rec. That was Parks and Rec.
No, not
Parks and Rec. No. Community. It was Community. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? That wasn't because of school. That was because of a show.
I don't think that's correct. I don't remember that way. Now, Albert Breer, we asked him what's
the goal. You didn't think I was going to get that poll at all, did you?
You got there. You landed the plane.
All right.
What's the goal with Dylan Gabriel? Here was his answer.
I think he's going to play well, guys. I may have used this comp with you guys before. Do you guys look at him and think, like, he could be Chase Daniel for the next 15 years? That's my thing is, like, if he can at least get you to a point where Jerry Jeudy's got a chance to make plays, Harold Fannon's got a chance to make plays, you know, you can do some stuff with Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson out of the backfield. If he gets you to a place where you can, you know, really kind of keep your young players growing, you know, keep guys locked in, that's valuable. Do I think there'll come a point when they want to look at Shedeur? Probably. Yeah, I think there probably is. But do I think it's going to come at, like, the cost of, like, Jerry Jeudy performing or Harold Fannin performing or David Njoku performing? Do I think it's going to come at that cost where it's going to be a detriment to everybody else being able to do their job for a 4 or a 5 or a 6-game stretch? Probably not.
In fairness, some of those guys aren't doing their job already. And then when it comes to Dylan, here's I don't love that Albert was like, well, what if he becomes Chase Daniel? As if that would be a good thing. Mm-hmm. I also just think, like, here's the real goal with Dylan. The franchise quarterback, system quarterback, all that nonsense, it's not all the nonsense. All that stuff is how we talk about it. It's not how they talk about it. I think the goal for the Browns with Dylan is See if we can win with Dillon. And what I mean by that is for the next 6, 7, 8 weeks, can we win games with him? Because if we're 1-7 with Dillon, 8 games from now, or 7 games from now, because they already lost one, if you're 1-7, there's no reason to not go to Shedeur, or there's no reason to not go to whatever door seed that there is. So it's not, can he be a franchise quarterback? You cannot ascertain that in one season. We found that with Baker. We had Baker here 4 years, and they couldn't ascertain whether he's a franchise quarterback or not. They got that wrong.
It takes time. Yeah.
So this is about right now in this context. Can we win games with Dillon Gabriel? Because if you can, then the more talent around him, you think to yourself, well, more talent, maybe better Dillon Gabriel, the Brock Purdy stuff, right? You had Brock with the best stuff. Now you don't have him with the best stuff, and you wonder what the hell you have in Brock Purdy.
Well, and so that's always been
inverse.
That's always been one of the hard parts about this upcoming season that's now playing out is the idea that we didn't know if Stefanski was going to have enough weapons or enough pieces to even fairly judge whether or not any of these quarterbacks can be something at a higher level. Because look at. I mean, throw anybody out there. Your Josh Allen, your Patrick Mahomes, your Lamar Jacksons, whoever you want, put them on this roster. How are they faring? I would imagine a lot of them would still do a really nice job. I'm sure Mahomes could still do a really nice job. But you see how it changes. The conversation changes. That's why the 49ers are important in this context.
Well, and I just think, John Greco today with the Morning Boys said, he wouldn't put money on Dillon Gabriel playing the rest of the season, right? Yeah, no one should, because that's not the goal yet.
Mm-hmm.
The only way, there are steps to this with Dillon. And as dismissive as I am about what I think he'll be in the NFL, the first thing is, can we stay competitive with you? And then can we win with you? And if the winning becomes a thing, then it becomes, okay, how far can we win? And that's how you get to the end of the rainbow and finish the season, having started 12 games this year. And that, to me, that's the crux of it, though. But it starts with, can you win? Not can he play adequate.
Sure, but the risk here, and listen, it's a risk worth taking. You have to take these type of risks, but the risk that you are approaching is the idea that if he loses a lot of games, and if it doesn't look particularly good, genie's out of the bottle then. And that really stinks for Dillon Gabriel, because before your career even takes off, it could be tanked in the toilet. You want to be Chase Daniel for 10 years. Why the backup quarterbacks have success or have some sense of success is because they do what Jake Browning did 2 years ago when he stepped in and won 9 games, not what Jake Browning did over the previous, 3 games this season. You do have to look competent, and you do have to win some games in the meanwhile. And so there's a real chance that Dillon Gabriel tanks his entire NFL career before it even gets started over the next 4 or 5 weeks.
I've said you got to find out if you can win with Dillon. If not, then it's not that you hit the eject button and he goes to the surface of the sun. It's just then it's time to go to Shedeur, whatever you think option C will be. What do you think the goal is with Dillon?
I think the goal with Dillon is you got to find somebody. If you play out the rest of the season, it's got to be their goal. It's not my goal for Dillon, but I think their goal has got to be that's our quarterback until the end of the season. And then if he wins at let's say 50% clip, then you go into 2026, you draft a new quarterback, and then you do have that backup quarterback where not only the fans believe that Dillon Gabriel can step in if needed and win a game, but you have the evidence attached to it that the coaching staff would have made the right call. But anything short of that, you're entering a dangerous territory because it's really hard to go into 2026 with Dillon as your backup quarterback if he goes 1-6 or 1-5 and then you have to bench him. You can't go back to that at that point.
216-474-0092. What's the goal with Dillon Gabriel here in Cleveland? Our buddy Thomas in Shaker joins us now. Thomas, welcome back to the show, bud.
Hey, Nick. Hey, JP. Great
What's up,
talking
Thomas?
to you guys. Hey, Nick, I have a lot of respect for you and everything. At first I was kind of heated when I heard you on the radio. I felt like you weren't being fair to Dillon, but you kind of explained your point a little better, and I'm not as heated about it. But I do think that this whole week since Dillon Gabriel, and I haven't listened to everybody, but I think Dillon Gabriel really had a really good game, his first game, and I just really think that we.
Why do you think it was really good? He didn't have many completions beyond the sticks. They scored 17 points, and he looked serviceable.
I thought he looked really good in the red zone. And
I'll give you the Njoku throw. He damn near fell down on the fan and touchdown.
Come on, man. I think you're being nitpicky here. Come on. I thought he had 2 red zone. He had 2 red zone completions for touchdowns. And also, you got to realize that was his first game as a rookie with some jet lag, playing in London, a short practice week.
The sun was in his eyes.
That was not an ideal week. That was not an ideal week for his first start.
Thomas, PFF graded out his Week 5 performance as the 25th out of 28 quarterbacks this week.
Elite.
I didn't say he was elite. He just left me wanting for more. So when we go down here and beat the Steelers next week, are we going to be like, oh, Dylan Gabriel, possibly career best backup quarterback in the NFL?
What if he beat the Vikings? He didn't. Like, when we have new information. Listen, you know me, Thomas. I'm not afraid to say I was wrong. I take glee in it, especially when it comes to quarterbacks in Cleveland. I'd love to be wrong on the right side of things, meaning I'd love it if Dylan Gabriel was Kirk Cousins. But Kirk Cousins is 4 inches, 5 inches taller. Kirk Cousins, a little bit better arm. Kirk Cousins, actually, I don't think he's as good at mobility. But I don't think that's his ceiling. I think his ceiling is left-handed Colt McCoy. And until proven otherwise, I haven't seen any. Like, did you see anything that told you he's a starter on Sunday?
I like the way that he commanded the huddle. I like his calmness, and I like the way he played in the red zone.
What about the huddle? He just left me
wanting for more.
What about the huddle? Which part of the huddle did he command?
He looked confident. He looked confident in there. He didn't look like he looked confident in there. He looked like he knew what he was doing. He looked comfortable. He didn't look like somebody who was scared. Because a lot of these rookie quarterbacks in the game.
That's a very low bar, my friend.
How many rookie quarterbacks have we seen, especially for the Cleveland Browns, get in there and they look scared and they look like they were lost in the huddle?
Yeah, but the rookie quarterbacks for the Cleveland Browns is not the bar. The bar is, are you eventually, do you have starter talent?
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. But my whole point was he played against a really good defense. I thought he looked really good when he got the ball close to the red zone. He threw touchdowns when he got near the red zone, which is something that a lot of quarterbacks struggle with in the NFL, and I appreciated that. That's what I'm saying. I just want to see more. I'm not saying I'm not proclaiming he's going to be the next whatever. He just left me wanting more. I just thought he had a good performance on Sunday.
Thomas, we appreciate you.
Thanks, Thomas.
I think it does come down to, I know it's a semantics battle. Thomas said really good. I thought adequate. And I wonder how much better can he play than he did on Sunday. And I also wonder, okay, what does the under of that performance look like? But I don't think anything you saw on Sunday means we have to run to the telephones and be like, we got one.
Hey, I like that Thomas at least said that he was like thirsting for more. He left wanting more because I didn't leave wanting more. I just left with this is our reality.
If it helps,
it's a little bit different.
If it helps,
but I like that.
I
like that mentality by Thomas.
I definitely don't think I wanted more, but I definitely thought I'm not going to be mad if I get more of that.
If that was a plate of food, I don't think I'm going back for seconds.
Yeah, okay, but at the same point.
You know, I like my seconds.
I wouldn't spit it up either.
No, I'm not throwing it in the trash and being like, how dare anyone even think I would eat this? It was fine. It was okay. I'm just not going to wax poetic about it either.
216-474-0092. When it comes to Dylan Gabriel, what's the goal with Dylan Gabriel? And it doesn't matter how old the news is. It still doesn't sound good for Cleveland. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. You know I
30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to holdtitlelock.com now. Promo code radio.
Going to the Cavs game tonight? Get the starting five during afternoon drive. And make overtime your post-game soundtrack as you head home. 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. So yesterday we hinted towards a video of Jose Ramirez going around from a Spanish podcast. But as you and I are not fluent in Spanish, despite 5 years of Spanish in high school combined,
the best we got was Donde está la biblioteca.
I just want to know where the library is, okay, guys?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right? No one's telling me where the library is. However,
Miss Carball was my Spanish teacher.
I thought
she was the hottest teacher in the school.
All right. People listening might actually know my Spanish teachers.
That's the difference. I can just speak this way because I'm not from here.
And let me tell you.
No one like Miss Carball's kids aren't listening or anything like this. We're good.
Here's my take. They were teachers. And I had teachers, and they taught the classes, and that happened. And I had the teachers. That's it. Now that being said, the Jose Ramirez video, which was actually from March, where basically he accused the GM, which could be Cernetti, of telling him that they, on his hometown discount deal that he signed with the Guardians before the 2022 season, that he was told that they were going to reinvest the money in that they saved with him into the organization. And I'm going to go ahead and say that Jose believes they didn't do that.
Yeah.
Because he kind of alluded to. Now, again, this was March, so they had just traded Andres Jimenez, friends with. They had just moved Josh Naylor, and they replaced him with Carlos Santana and no one. Oh, Nolan Jones.
So he's a Coney.
Well, okay, I'm talking about from the lineup side of things.
Okay.
And I thought it was interesting that people talking about the video, wow, this is from March. I don't know why we're talking about this. I actually think it does matter, because if he was frustrated in March, I don't know how Jose isn't watching what's happening in the playoffs. And I don't know how Jose doesn't look at the pitching staff on this team and think, if they had reinvested that money into a bat or two, we absolutely could win the World Series this year, and certainly could have won the World Series last year, or at least played in the World Series.
Yeah, no, this season didn't help the case. If you're trying to make the argument that he'll be more satisfied after this season, it didn't help the case. I bet J-Ram feels crossed in this whole ordeal.
Yes. Well, I mean,
how could you not?
If he feels lied to, then I think that could be a real concern.
Well, it's like, Brady for years used to take that discount in New England. He used to be one of the lowest paid quarterbacks every single season. And was he getting a kickback on the other side of it? You tell me. Time will tell. I think it's already kind of told itself on that anyway.
Yeah.
But like,
it's called the Steve Ballmer plan.
When he takes. Good call. When he takes that discount the way that he does, and then if he looked at it and the Patriots weren't spending the amount of money that they did, the way that like Kraft has spent since Brady's been gone, by the way, which up until this last season had not been plentiful. He just did it this last offseason where they spent like $300 million in contracts. You'd be pissed. You'd be mad. Like, when you take the discount, the idea is that you give out the money in other ways. Jalen Brunson in New York took a massive discount, and what happened? They made a lot of deals, they made a lot of trades, and they spent a lot of money.
They also had a lot of sponsors give him money off the books.
Another guy, but still, like when you take these deals, that is part of the idea. If you're going to play that game of even taking deals in secrecy in order to go ahead and help out the roster, the idea is to help out the roster.
I think the only thing I would say is, I don't know when the Guardians signed that deal, I don't know that they knew that Bally Sports was going to go away the way it did. Remember, that was I believe that was a late 2022 development. Because I looked this up earlier. If I'm not getting my timelines, what if they did? And I mean, I don't know too many small market teams. I'm not trying to shill for the Dolans here. That's not what this is.
Because your national deal is still worth $60 million, though, and the revenue sharing on that is...
Well, but if you lose $50 million in revenue and your ownership already doesn't spend, Like, I'm not thinking about from the Dolans. I'm thinking from the GM side of things, who might have had one financial picture before that, and then you lose that $50 million, and the ownership's telling you a completely different thing.
Yeah, but now we're in an area where you're under $100 million, and we have it recorded on record the different ways that the Guardians can make over $100 million. If you just look at the different licensing deals, and if you look at the national contracts, and then if you look at ticket sales, and we haven't got to like anything else, jersey sales or anything in between. Like one fun fact people don't know about the National Baseball agreements that they have is that the Guardians make the same money as the Yankees. It doesn't matter how many times you're on national TV, you make the same money as every other team. That has been collectively bargained. That is in everyone's deal. That is what it is.
The local money is where teams make up that money.
You make more on the national. You make more on the national.
Not for the Dodgers, not for the Yankees.
Dodgers, but for the Guardians, which is the team we're talking about right now. And so, like, if the Guardians was $40 million or $50 million, yes, you can account for that, sure. But I don't think it's crazy for J-Ram to say, look at what Kansas City has, look at what even St. Louis has, markets that are comparable to you, and they have 3 and 4 guys on their roster that are making $20+ million a year.
I mean, I think who are the $40 million or the $20 million players on Kansas City?
I've looked it up like seriously a couple days ago. It was Salvador. It was Bobby Witt Jr. Obviously got the $300 million deal. Was the last one Seth Lugo? I think. Someone obscure was making $20 million a year.
It would sound like Seth Lugo. Yeah, that does sound like something.
It was. I can pull it up for you really quick.
No worries. I was trying to like figure what players.
But then even the Cardinals, because I looked at this as well. Cardinals had 4 different players that are making the same money that J-Ram's making this year.
I would also say though the Cardinals have no NFL team or NBA team to go against. They're kind of in the situation the Guardians were, or the Indians were in the mid '90s when football left town. Specific to that, the Kansas City one's a good point, though. What do you have there, Mac?
The third highest paid player on the Kansas City Royals is Michael Wacha, making $17.5 million.
That's what it was, Wacha. And then Luca's making an average per year of $23 million. So actually 4 players. Because Seth Lugo is $23 million a year. Salvador's $20 million a year. Bobby Witt Jr. is $26 million a year. Michael Wacha is $17 million a year.
So here's the thing I'll say. I hope that Hosey doesn't get to a point, because here's the thing, Hosey in the clip, and again, this is where from 7 months ago matters. In the clip, he's like, well, when we renegotiate here at the end of this contract, which is 3 more years from this, that was going to be a different story. He'll be 36.
Yeah, he's not going to have the same leveraging power himself. He just won't.
If he gets to a point where he says, you know what, I feel like this isn't working out. I love Cleveland, but I don't want to be here anymore if you're not going to spend money. I can absolutely see that getting there. Again, if we're going into an offseason where I think a lot of people have said the reporting was they're not going to add a lot to the books anyways.
I wonder if he feels swindled. I think there is a part of him that can feel justified, and there's also a part of him that I should feel like you could have saw this coming, right? Like when they went in 2016 and made that run, in 2017, the Guardians spent a boatload of money. Spent $150 million. Like they spent, not like drunken sailors, but that's a considerable amount of money that they spent in 2017 and 2018. And I wonder if J-Ram just thought to himself, they have it, this is what they're going to be doing, this is how they're going to approach it. And they just obviously haven't continued on that spending rate. And so, part of me looks at this and says, J-Ram, you can't be surprised. But I wonder if he just hung on to what they did for 2017 and 2018 just a little too tight.
I think my bigger beef with how the Guardians have done this is they've expected the bats to save them. They did spend, and they spent some money this offseason, and they spent it predominantly in the bullpen in the rotation, plus Carlos Santana. But my problem is they haven't really... Okay, we're spend on the pitching staff, that's fine. Why don't you get creative and bring in a bat via trade where it's either a pre-arbitration bat or maybe it's a guy in a 1-year rental where it's not going to cost as much in terms of prospects. I think that's my frustration is the Guardians right now, or at least last offseason, have said, okay, we're not going to spend any money. We're not going to go above our budget from last year. As a matter of fact, we're going to cut the Jimenez contract out of this. And by the way, we're also not going to make a trade for any more help in the offense.
Yeah.
So the only way your offense is going to get better is if everyone hits, and that's not how. When you have 8 prospects up at one time, you'll be lucky if 2 of them hit, and maybe 2 more become utility players.
Well, so that's the sad part about this, and this is where if you just did a little bit of thinking ahead, J-Ram might have been able to see this coming. And I'm not blaming J-Ram, but this is the reality. the way the Guardians are set up right now and the influx of young talents, the timelines just don't match up to what is turning out to be the final twilight years of J-Ram's prime, essentially. Like there's a lot of really good a lot of really good players that you can sell in this farm system, and guys we've even seen this last year that it got brought up for even just a cup of coffee that you'd be like, all right, they're going to be cornerstones, they're going to be this, they're going to be that. But by the time they get to actually develop, J-Ram will be 36. He will be too old.
So there's two thoughts on this that I have. One, the Guardians might be one of 4 baseball teams across Major League Baseball that if push came to shove, that I would trust them to trade Hosey and make it work in a bountiful way. So that is something that I think, maybe, I don't want to say eases my paranoia, but eases my concern. Second thing, I will tell you this. Wouldn't be the worst thing for the Guardians to really check in with Hosey where he's at and just see what he needs and what his expectations are. Because if you look at it's so funny when people say name change, or Dolan's is cheap, this, that, and the other. The Guardians' last 2 years have been as good as their attendance has been since 16 and 17.
Yeah.
They're averaging, I want to say it's 25,500 fans per night, or 26.
Yeah.
So I think that's because Hosey's here. I think the economic impact of Jose Ramirez signing that contract extension, I think the number one reason why attendance fluctuates the way it does is not just because when you're a small market team, you've got a 3-year window and you got to reset really quickly, as opposed to the Dodgers, who can have a 14-year window.
You have a superstar to watch every single time.
Well, yes, familiarity.
That matters to people.
I think Jose, even post his prime, and we're not too far off that given just the general age standards for third basemen and how production declines.
Yeah.
I think a aging Jose Ramirez at third base is still going to bring people out to the ballpark.
Yeah, I do wonder. It's interesting because I was thinking in this whole discussion, I've been thinking about Mike Trout and the Angels, and because I've been thinking about how they've wasted many parts of his prime career, and now he's just in a spot where he just gets injured and isn't very good anymore. And I'm like, how many Angels fans came out from Mike Trout this many years into it? And it's odd because I would make an argument that Guardians fans care more about J-Ram, and he has more box office appeal than Mike Trout ever had to Angels fans.
Well, okay, so this is an important...
We're a better fan base, obviously, but still.
This is an important caveat. You still have to win.
Yeah.
Like, right now you're winning because of Hosey. Going forward, you might have to win in part because of Hosey, but in part because of other guys you develop around him. But as long as you're winning and Hosey's here, I think that's the exact right combo of getting people in that ballpark more than you did 5-6 years ago.
I bet Jose's been surprised. He's like, wait, I said that back in March. There was supposed to be some conversation back in March. How did this now get going for people?
Because it takes that long for AI to translate. Matt, in a car, real quick, buddy, what you got for us?
Hey, guys, real quick, with the Angels situation, first off, they're competing against, the Dodgers and the Lakers, sucking up all the oxygen there, and Artie Moreno is also, basically the James Dolan of the West, so that he's just incompetent, doesn't know how to run an organization. But, unfortunately, again, this is why all of us Guardians fans have been screaming, from the hilltops, and I feel like we look like lunatics when we're, raging about who that owns the team. Because I feel like that's a faux pas to actually criticize them. It's just they seemingly have endless money for politics every year, but when it comes to putting a team around a guy like J-Ram, that's just asking too much of fans. It's like attendance is up. People probably bought the Guards TV stuff. You have playoff revenue. There is zero excuse, and I expect everyone to be hammering them if they do not do anything this offseason.
Matt, we appreciate you. I think it's interesting. I think certain Guardians fans have taken I guess we can't talk about Dolan's thing, which, I made an impassioned plea after the Guardians got bounced out of the playoffs that just wasn't the right time to have the conversation, because I was ready to talk about the team and what they accomplished. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't think the Dolan should spend more.
Right.
I don't think there's anyone that's like, it's good for me. I think the point is so much of the conversation becomes about the Dolans for certain people that they negate talking about the front office and the job they've done. They negate talking about the pitching factory. All of it is the conversation, not just the Dolans. Here's the other tricky thing. It feels like we have 1 to 3 years left with the Dolans. So there is a part where it's like, all right, maybe they're just riding this out until the contract with Blitzer kicks in. And again, I don't expect that guy to come in and spend, copious amounts of money. But I think people are just ready for that change. Well, I'm like, I can't call for them to sell the team because it seems like they already did. We're just waiting for it to change hands.
Yeah, you're right. They're already committed to that, so it's okay. It's just I think the frustration started. Indians won the AL Central in 2018, and Dolan's cut the payroll by 14%. They won 93 games in 2019. He cut it by 17%. They won at a 93-win pace, made the playoffs in 2020, and they cut it by 42%. Like that does sting for people. It's okay to acknowledge that stings, but at this point, I don't have any answers for anyone. Like they're committed to selling the team. They're not going to be the owner forever. We just have to ride it out for a little bit longer.
So I think it's okay to acknowledge it. I don't think it should ever not be acknowledged. I think if that's the only analysis, and you don't do this, even though you're more critical of the Dolans than I am outwardly. I think it's when that's the only conversation certain people can have. To me, it becomes like the name change. It becomes okay, what else do you think? Because if that's the only thing you think about the team, I can't control who owns the team. Same thing with Haslam. I could come out here every day and tell you why Jimmy Haslam is the worst owner in the NFL. I don't need to. He's doing it for me. All right? Now, will it be referenced? Yes. It's not the only conversation we have about the Cleveland Browns.
Right. It's part of the story. It's not the entire story. And there's obviously a lot of context that is needed with this.
Any concern that Hosey still feels frustrated with the Guardians after this season, in case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan.
Scott Graham here from Thursday Night Football on Westwood One. Jason Benetti and Devin McCourty have the call as Week 6 of the season kicks off with NFC East action between the Eagles and the Giants. Philadelphia, the defending Super Bowl champions, are coming off their first loss of the season last week. Can they get their repeat hopes back on track? Find out on Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, the legendary John Fanta at 420 today. Albert Breer joined us about 5:27 today. Great stuff with both of our guests. I think Albert realized we still went like 17 minutes with him.
You don't think he realized that?
No, because he remembered.
He definitely apologized.
So at the end, he was like, I think I owe you 6 minutes somewhere. I should have just been like, we'll get that down the line. I was too quick to be like, I think we took like 20 minutes of your time.
I don't think Albert realizes, like, any time he gives us is cool. We're good. We're basically any amount. If he wants to give us like a minute and a half each week, we're never going to complain.
Same thing with most guests. Like, we understand what you guys are doing for us. We appreciate
you're doing us a favor.
So we appreciate all our guests today. We got more to get to, but let's get to in case we missed it.
All right, we're going to start off with this story around Jerry Jones. He was on 105.3, The Fan in Dallas, and he was trying to clear up. There was an incident during the Cowboys game this last weekend where he was giving fans the finger. At least that's, I mean, there's no other way to really perceive that. He was definitely giving fans...
He was smiling when doing it.
The bird, and this was him trying to clear it up. Here we go.
That was unfortunate. That was a kind of a exchange with our fans out in front of us. That was inadvertent on my part because that was right after we'd made our last touchdown, and we were all excited about it. There wasn't any antagonistic issue or anything like that. I just put up the wrong show on the hand, but that was inadvertently done. And I'm not kidding. It was, if you want to call it accidental, you can call it accidental, but it got straightened around pretty quick. I've had a chance to look at it. It got straightened around pretty quick, but the intention was thumbs up.
Wildly funny to me that he probably just gives the finger so many times in life that he's not even used to giving the thumbs up. The finger is what actually comes out. Is really I don't know if I believe it or not, but it's really funny to me.
I don't believe it, because why wouldn't you have gone? Why wouldn't you I've never been giving someone the finger. I just realized we're on camera.
Yeah, you just did
I've
it.
never
yeah.
been.
Don't screenshot that and send that everywhere.
Yeah, definitely don't do that.
Definitely don't do that.
But especially to Keith Britton. But I've never accidentally given someone the finger. Two,
except for the camera right there.
Except that one time. Two, as soon as I've done it, I did what I just did, which was, oh my God, I didn't mean to do that.
Isn't it almost impossible to just give someone the finger? I just assume he just gives everyone the finger, so he's just that's his normal response, I guess. I don't give the finger guy. I don't remember the last time I gave the finger.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
not a thing for me.
I'm a communicator, so one way or another, you're gonna learn how I feel about you in certain tense situations. I also just like giving the finger in like a fun way, because that's what I thought it was.
Yeah,
I thought he was giving it in like a he kind of way. I wish he would just leaned into it instead of lie.
I know it's not great by me. There's a part of me I just get repulsed by when I see someone give someone the finger, or even come close to that. I saw I don't know what it is about me, but there's something about it I just really don't vibe with. Like I saw a couple on Facebook. They took one of their like wedding photos, and this guy made it his profile pic. It's the two of them, and they're holding up their ring fingers, but obviously it's on the that. And so I was like, why would you do this? It's just it's uncouth.
The king of couth and the truth broker. Ooh, the truth broker, king of couth.
Part of me is like, just don't act that way. I don't know why I turned into their parents. I'm like, don't act that way. There's something about it I don't like.
Yeah, I forgot.
I don't like this side of me either, but I don't like when people give the finger.
I forgot something that really needs to be said. Both you and Mac missed last week.
Okay.
That Jake and I got Nick Padone to try and rap on Friday's show.
This was after Baskin rapped.
This was
by the way, why did Baskin's rap sound awesome?
Because you missed work, maybe?
Was that not your read on it?
I don't think it was awesome.
I thought it was pretty good.
It was much better. No, that's what it is. It's a Dylan Gabriel. Your expectations were so low for Rap and Baskin. When it kind of worked, you were like, this is the best rap I've ever seen. Is this Eminem or is it Andy Baskin? I don't know.
I kept playing it back.
It wasn't bad.
I kept listening to it.
It wasn't bad.
I must have played that back 15 times.
I would call it acceptable. It was an acceptable rap.
Surprisingly solid.
I wanted a whole album of Nell Baskin rapping. I just don't think he's got anything more than the 10 seconds he did of rapping.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That was he just spent it all right there.
So the first Padone attempt.
Oh, this does not sound good. Yeah, it doesn't sound
train
good.
Wreck. Second one, he tried to rap when Daryl was with us. It was acceptable.
I doubt it. I need to hear audio.
No. This is the Dylan Gabriel. I expected.
Did you save the audio? Look at our folder. Is it saved? I want to hear Padone.
Here.
Well, I know, but he can look in our folder though and see if it was saved.
I don't think he can. I don't think he can look at any dates he wasn't here.
The capabilities just escape him.
Well, no, it's no. It's how tech works now.
Yeah, that's
I don't know if you know that.
Big tech is always holding back down.
Exactly. People have been saying that for quite some time.
Yeah, so we were a broadcaster together for years in high school, but let me tell you about the job he was as a manager on the baseball team.
Okay, that was... he was trying to say where Max... Do we have it, by the way, Mac?
We have to have it somewhere.
Daryl Ryder reports are presented by Scheiben Jewelers. He joins the fan hotline daily to break up these sports talk duelers. From Berea to the Browns front line, he's breaking down plays even when they're not in prime time. Asking the tough questions, he never misses a beat, known as the dangerous one because he always brings the heat.
That was awful.
Those were real record scratches.
Absolutely embarrassing.
Well, that was the better one. You missed the first one.
I could tell that was supposed to be the good one. The rhymes he had there.
I thought it was the flow. I thought the flow was the problem.
The flow was awful, but
I thought the rhymes were okay. The flow was...
It sounded like bad spoken word more than actual rap.
That's the read on it. Yes, it sounded like somebody that was
a bad open mic night.
I thought he was doing one of our just our reads in general. Like I thought it was a Spark read.
Yo, let me tell you about YouTube.
What I thought it was. It's like, you catch us live now. Great.
Not a chance in hell I was going to rhyme with YouTube. All right, guys. Want to say big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Katie Pollack on the 2020s, helping us out with the website stuff today. Great stuff producing. And, of course, on the YouTube channel, YouTube live channel, Jake Murrin. Special thanks to everybody today. Today was hectic for a couple different reasons. Everybody did a hell of a job today. Appreciate you guys because today was kind of a hectic day for us. But... all right, I think that's it. I think that's all I have.
That is it. It's all I have, so I guess that means we'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
I think we will talk to you tomorrow. It'll be a hump day. We will hear from Kevin Stefanski, not on this show, but on the station tomorrow, which of course means we'll hear how he feels about Joe Flacco getting traded. So much. The rules on tomorrow at 2.
This is Zach Gelbith, Honesty